whole left side of the staff. So.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular board meeting for June 30th, 2026. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Karspeck.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Soricelli Albrecht.
Here.
Trustee Grace.
Here.
Trustee Anderson.
Here.
Trustee Albrecht.
Here.
Trustee Murphy and Trustee Wing will be absent this evening.
Thank you, Clerk. Next on our agenda is citizen participation. This is for anyone in the audience tonight to speak to items that are not on tonight's agenda. We do have two signed up. I can't do that to combine two. Mr. Lack, we could do a combined one of five. That's what I do sometimes, but I've never deferred to give double the time.
Sure, whatever works
Okay.
for you guys.
Mr. Ruck, so Mr. Lack has it in here. He'd like to defer his time. Mr. Ruck, we could do five if that's the intent.
5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Hi, Richard Rupp, 534 Fifth Street, and I'm here to talk about several different issues, mainly talking about trails. First thing I'm looking for is let's try and agree on some common ground here. Colorado has a very high standard when it comes to trails, outdoor stuff, as compared to other states, in my opinion. The other thing let's agree upon when it comes to substantial spending, i.e. trail spending, the way that I look at it, I've done budgets in the past, not quite as big as the town of Berthoud's budget, but pretty close for the department that I ran. So if it's not in the budget, there's not much. It may or may not happen, and more than likely not happen. The last thing I'd like to agree upon is trails aren't necessarily the most exciting topic to talk about. Meaning that, we talk about a swimming pool or something like that. It's kind of like broccoli and ice cream. Everyone's going to gravitate towards the ice cream. 100 feet of gravel here, some pavement here is just not as exciting. So one of the main things that I'm finding when I'm trying to correspond with trustees is there's just an incredible, huge disconnect. And I want to be very crystal clear. I am here talking about the 1% tax that we voted that we want to do and move forward on. I'm not here to talk about subdivisions, their trails, what developers are doing, strictly stuff that's in the budget. To me, the budget is everything. I've had the good fortune of riding hundreds of miles in this town all the time. And I also have had the good fortune is I get to ride up and down all the Front Range, West Coast. I'm evaluating stuff like this. And what I do is I look into the future of what Berthoud is doing. And what I'd like to talk about right now is in 2024, there was one of the biggest comprehensive surveys, I believe, that Berthoud did that talked about port, parks, open space, recreation, and trails. And I thought it was absolutely really, really good. 2024, late 2024, loads of data. And I'd just like to pick out, and I got kind of the greatest hits. And as a matter of fact, I got a copy for everyone up here because I want to go on record that everyone seems to get this, because my conversation with trustees, it appears many of them haven't even read it. And basically it was 836 citizens weighed in on this. It was a mail-in type of thing. There was money spent on this survey. It was very, very good. Basically, statistically, very valid. Now, here's one of the things that I have. I emailed every trustee, where do you stand on this? I'm shocked by the answers, meaning that I have a trustee that does not believe this data. Okay? Page after page after page. Trails, 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 trails. The number one budget item that the town of Berthoud citizens, the 800 people that want, is trails. It is 60% greater than the pool. the financial need for trails dwarfs anything that Berthoud has ever done for Port. Unfortunately, when I watch the meetings, it's at the bottom of the bucket. Now, you can deny that, but I do watch the meetings. And just by the way, for trustees, you do realize that YouTube can transcript everything. So every word that you say, I look at. I'll take in for example, so 2024, 2025, I would assume you would have had this in front of you when you did the budget and when you were doing planning. It didn't happen. Trustee Murphy was the only one, I believe, in September that actually said, hey, by the way, you had one slide up there. Hey, by the way, trails are number one. You're talking about everything except for the number one issue for the town. I've done budget meetings. If I was running a budget meeting and I saw that up on the screen and I didn't talk about it, I would be out of a job by the end of the day. So the thing about trails is, I don't want to go into a lot of details. It is the top rated mental health, the top rated physical health. No membership card is needed. It's above any entity that we have. Unfortunately, it's at the bottom of the bucket for this town. And what I'm trying to do here is I want to talk a little bit more about it tonight. One of the biggest issues we have is, and I interview people that are on the trails on bikes all the time. The biggest issue that we have is safety. This here, I consider Berthoud, especially downtown.
Mr. Rupp, we've hit the 5 here as a combined time.
Okay, I consider it the most dangerous place to be doing it.
Thank you, Mr. Rupp. Please be fair. But please, those took the time to print those off. Please, love to.
I'm going to hand them to.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Anyone that did not sign up that wishes to speak? Okay. Thank you very much. We'll close public comment. And we'll move on now to consent. Any items trustees would like removed from consent?
Yes.
Which
Like
item would that be?
D like David, E like Echo, and G like Golf.
And speaking of echoes, I was going to say the same thing with D and E. E I do have a conflict with, so I would ask that I be allowed to recuse myself from that.
And that, I'm sorry, so this is D, E, and G?
Correct.
I'm sorry. G is the one I have the conflict
Okay.
with. I apologize.
No problem. All right. Is there anything else trustees would like removed? Okay. Is there a motion to approve consent minus items D, E, and G?
I'll move to combine and approve items on the consent agenda minus items D, E, and G.
Thank
I
you.
second.
All right. We have a motion by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Anderson. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Items removed from consent will be considered next. So we'll start off with item D. This is a conflict waiver regarding the Lions Gaddis representation of the town of Berthoud and the town of Erie. Trustee Grace?
Yes. I would like to essentially vote on this separately for separate consideration, and that we vote on it before we take up item E, which is the CBT lease, since that lease depends on this waiver being in place.
That makes sense. Okay. Do you have anything on item E that you would? Well, yeah. So if this is absolutely.
It's kind of a procedural
If it's
thing.
not a consent thing, then absolutely, then it deserves its own vote. So we could just handle D separately. Is that correct, clerk? Or?
Yes, the items removed from the consent agenda would be handled separately.
Okay. So let's. So I guess the motion would be: is there a motion to approve the conflict waiver regarding Lions Gaddis representation of the town of Berthoud and the town of Erie?
I have questions
Yeah, please go ahead.
about it. Did you want to
Go ahead.
go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
My question about D is I just want to, I'm hoping that you can help me understand like the firewalls and the guardrails between the attorneys at Lion Gaddis in representing both Berthoud and Erie. What are those? I didn't totally understand what those would be from reading the information that we were given.
The two attorneys will work separately on these two items, and they'll provide, Pete, our attorney at Lions Gaddis, will provide advice and counsel to us, and Andrea, who is working for Erie, will provide advice and counsel to them. They will keep the information separate from each other, right? They'll have some walls in place within the firm I'll be honest, I don't know exactly how they do that. We've certainly expect that they will. We've had similar conflict waivers in the past because there's only a handful of water legal firms. There's like 3 in the state that I think are that consistently represent municipalities. So there's a lot of crossover. So this has happened on several occasions in the past. I feel like they've always represented us appropriately, and I don't know exactly what those are, except for what's outlined in the letter and what we've discussed, which is they won't have access to each other's files. They won't have that they will only provide counsel to each other or to each of their respective clients. And you know, we feel good about the deal that's being presented to you. We just can't approve that lease unless you've approved this conflict waiver at the same time.
And my comments don't go to the substance of the lease. It's just I wanted to make sure that I know that in the past where I work, when we have conflicts, we have to be able to show significant guardrails, like showing limited access to information through certain types of passwords or encryption or something like that. Have to have certain guardrails. We have to show certain guardrails when it comes to who can be in meetings and that kind of thing. And I'm wondering if those are the same types of things that Lion Gaddis has to do.
I think those are
as well.
exactly the same, at least as I understand it. You know, again, they'll have restricted access to their respective clients' information. You know, if both of them are attending meetings with us, you know, I don't have any issue with that, obviously, so long as we're all in the same room together.
Do they have this typed out anywhere that they could provide?
Yeah, it's well, not in that level of
Right,
detail.
that level of
It's
detail.
it's articulated in their letter, but I don't know to that level of detail that you're requesting. I don't know if Pete or Bradley is on the phone or on the call tonight. No. So
I would,
And Pete's overall kind of looking over on our side.
Pete is our water attorney, has been for
I know, but is
almost
he,
as long as I've been
is he
here.
overseeing this? And I know he has our best
Yes,
interest in mind.
absolutely.
He's got a firm idea of what a lease price is per unit.
Mhm. Yeah, and we've leased water from Erie for several years, so this is kind of the continuation of an ongoing relationship we've had.
I did not know that.
I think I would just ask that in the future if we have these types of situations that they delineate what those are,
Sure.
so that we have that for the record, what
Yep.
those guardrails are.
I'd second that. Great suggestion.
The way it is articulated here, and just for the record, for all of us tonight, the way they've articulated in their letter that you're approving tonight, that conflict waiver letter, is that Pete will be the only attorney who will work on the lease for Berthoud, and Andrew will be the only attorney who will work on the lease for Erie. No other attorneys in the firm may work on the matter, and in addition, they'll take steps to ensure that Erie does not have access to Lions Gaddis's information concerning Berthoud's other water rights matters.
I just wish they were a little bit more specific about that.
Sure.
Okay, so I guess D and E do reflect. So I just got to ask Chris, how pending is this for us?
We need to approve this lease if you're going to do it. We need to do it tonight.
Okay, so it couldn't be done in the next 2 weeks.
But we held off last time because we didn't have the conflict waiver in place.
Mhm.
So this would now push us back 5 weeks. And Erie is anxious to sign a deal, or they're going to move on to somebody else. We'd like to lease this water. And while I totally respect Trustee Anderson's position, and certainly we can provide extra detail in the future about how those confidentiality walls are in place, we certainly feel confident that we're well protected, and that the deal that we've struck with Erie is both reasonable and appropriate.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate this conversation. I also too like to see that next year. It'd be great. Okay, is there a motion to approve the conflict waiver regarding Lions Gaddis representation of the town of Berthoud and the town of Erie?
I move to approve.
All right, Trustee Olbrecht has moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. Next item removed is the agreement between the town of Berthoud and the town of Erie for the lease of the CBT water rights. Trustee Grace?
Yes, I just wanted to ask, I know it sounds like we've had this agreement with Erie in the past, but from a contractual side of things, there's no like default provision, so no consequence if like we pay Erie and then they fail to deliver the water. Was that something, like, has there been like another agreement with Erie that covers that, or?
So that Erie won't be the ones delivering the water to us, Northern Water will. So once the lease is signed, we'll process that through Northern Water, and that water will be transferred to the town. So it's not Erie physically delivering the water to us. Northern Water, who controls the CBT system, will be the ones that'll handle all that. It's really, this is a paper accounting thing.
Okay.
I believe the lease reads if we need the water.
That's right.
So what if we don't need the water? Do we still pay for it?
Yeah. So once we lease the water, we're taking it. Our intent is to use it so that, and we have our own CBT supplies. This is Colorado Big Thompson Water through the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District, Northern Water. And what we'll do is use Erie's the leased water first. I believe this is correct, Alex. Thank you, Alex Tennant, our water. I don't know why I'm trying to answer our experts in the room. If I get it wrong, he'll come to the podium and correct me, but he's welcome to come in as well. But we'll use our water first their water first with the intent that any of our leftover water can be carried over into the next water year.
Okay, good.
Is that right, Alex? Did I?
Yep, that's correct. We'll use it first. It's just to maintain our water supply for this year, and looking into next year, a portion of our CBT water, I think it's 20% of our total units can be carried over into future years. So that's one of our, forward-looking drought measures. And so, this just ensures that we're able to carry over that water. So we'll get the water transferred into our account, use it first, and then we'll have our water that we can carry over.
Great, thank you.
Forward.
Good question.
That work? Okay,
Thank you.
excellent. Is there a motion to approve the agreement between the town of Berthoud and the town of Erie for the lease of CBT water rights?
So moved.
All right, Trustee Anderson has moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Grace is seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Sally Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. And finally, item that was G, which is the fee forgiveness request for Habitat for Humanity. I believe that was pulled by Trustee Grace and Anderson, or was that just Trustee Anderson?
I'm just recusing myself from that since I'm co-president of the Habitat for Humanity affiliate.
Couple of questions here. Is in the staff memo, there was a line that says that operations had already agreed to waive an additional $25,000 fee. Is that contingent upon our approval tonight, or is that something that's already been agreed upon?
I believe there's water dedicated for those SFEs already. So I believe that is already covered through that dedication. So it's not really a fee waiver per se, but that there was water dedicated for those lots.
Okay. And then just trying to understand the amounts and what is actually being asked for. I was just trying to follow what. Let's see here, because it looks like it's a combined like 45,000, and so there's one waiver. Well, okay, maybe, sorry. This is where I'm having, I'm just trying to understand the dollar values and what we would be approving in general.
Yep. So the, let's see. Our team's
It was just hard to follow, that's all.
Yeah, understood, and completely respect that. So when a new house submits a permit application, there are permit fees. Some of those go to the town. Some of those go to Safe Built, who is our building inspection and building official, but they're a contractor. There are also utility impact fees, road impact fees, things that go into pots of money that are dedicated to expand infrastructure as a result of new development. So there's a wide variety of fees that get paid for over the course of a building permit application. The ordinance allows the town to waive fees. In this case, Safe Built has agreed to waive its own fees. So the fees that would normally be collected and sent to Safe Built as payment for being the town's building official, those are being waived by Safe Built. And those can vary depending on the nature of the building permit application. But Safe Build is waiving their fees associated with this application. Our fees, those are outlined. Let's think the third attachment in the memo, but those include a variety of things. There's sales and use tax that's paid on building materials. There's an administrative fee. There's what's called an alpha line fee that helps to pay back the construction of a sewer line that serves that area. So there's this kind of long list of things. That also includes park development impact fees, park dedication impact fees, public facilities fees, on and on and on. What we would typically charge for the construction of the home at on Remuda is $34,132.72. The in the past, we did not waive plant investment fees on recommendation of our former town attorney, that we couldn't waive utility impact fees. That was prohibited under state law. There actually is, and so, yeah, so we've deducted those out. With that reduction, that should equal $20,687. And so what will remain is the $13,445 for the Alpha Line agreement fee, the water tap plant investment fee, and the wastewater tap plant investment fee. Those things we're not waiving out of that total. Sorry, that was,
I see. Okay, so
that
then
wasn't very clear. I
that
don't think I did a
second,
good
the
job
second
of that.
attachment, the habitat only fees, is from the first list of all fees. The second attachment, habitat only fees,
Is just the three that
what
they
they're
are
gonna,
paying.
what they're going
We
to
would
be
be
paying.
waiving everything else on the list.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, that
That
was
makes-
a much simpler way to explain
makes
what
more
I just
sense.
fumbled through, so I apologize.
No, no worries. Okay.
And just as a follow-up question for that, will this be the standard we apply to all the future applications we receive for Habitat?
I would generally expect that to be the case. Again, the Alpha reimbursement fee, we actually have to pay to the developer that constructed the Alpha line decades ago. There was a reimbursement agreement, and until that's paid off, we would expect others to pay their fair share of that, because the town didn't pay for that. The developer did that installed it back. I think it's almost 20 years now. And that's nearly paid off. So in the case where there's a development or a building permit application for affordable housing that would qualify under this ordinance, if it's tied into the alpha fee, we would collect that until that's paid off. Once that's paid off, we wouldn't collect that anymore from anybody, not just the affordable housing. And then the water and wastewater plant investment fees, I do think there is a provision in state law that would allow us to waive those for affordable housing specifically. We have not historically with Habitat, and so we think it's appropriate to continue to do that. They've been able to continue to successfully construct homes, and these help to expand our water and wastewater systems, and every new home in town pays those. We can eat the ones for things like parks. While other non-affordable home projects would pay a parks development fee, we think that's appropriate to waive here under this ordinance. But we'd like to continue to suggest that critical water and wastewater infrastructure fees continue to get paid.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for pulling that. Okay, is there a motion to approve the fee forgiveness request for the Habitat for Humanity? Would anyone like to move on that?
I'll make a motion to approve that agreement.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht has moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Grace has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right. Item G has been approved. Yes. Can we
Clerk-
move on? Yes.
Sorry, point of order. Could you please reflect me as abstaining, and also in the minutes that I recuse myself from that discussion?
Yes, in the official minutes, it will indicate that Trustee Anderson recused yourself from the discussion as well as the vote on this item.
Thank you.
Certainly.
All right. Thank you. Folks, I make mistakes. I meant to do this at the beginning of the meeting, but I think better late than never. I wanted to call out something that I think a lot of us already know, that we've had a tragic loss of two Lambert County Sheriff's officers as well as a family member. There's Deputy Ethan Powers, as well as Sergeant Jeremy Coleman, and Deputy Ethan Powers serving out of the Berthoud squad in the Berthoud area. So I wanted to just have a moment of silence where we could all reflect on them and their family, and also our other deputies in this moment. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it's good that we show our support not only for the families and all those immediately affected, but also the deputies and those that work very closely with them. It's a tragic loss to the whole community. Okay, let's move on now to our regular agenda tonight, and we'll start off with the presentation for the 2025 audited financial statements. Is that right? Yes. And we should have, yes, Cindy Leach here, Director of Finance, to present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cindy Leach, Director of Finance and HR, and I'm just going to introduce Wade Fisher with Hinkle and Associates, Hinkle and Company, who's going to give the audit presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, members of the board. Okay, what's an audit? Well, your accounting department prepares financial statements, and we audit the financial statements. And basically, we come up with an opinion. We have 3 opinions in your audit report, one on the financial statements, one on government auditing standards, and one on uniform guidance because you expended federal dollars. So I'll circle back to that here in just a minute. So I'm just going to do a brief snapshot, just kind of walk you through the process of kind of what we do here. To gain an understanding, we look at your internal controls. To test these controls, we take a sample, we look at your disbursements, your checks, your ACHs, credit card transactions, we look at your payroll transactions and things of that nature. And what we're looking for is a segregation of duties. So one person is not responsible for initiating the disbursement, processing the disbursement, or authorizing the disbursement. So you want good segregation of duties, so you keep those elements separate from each other, so not one person has complete autonomy, to conduct a transaction. And of our sampling, it looks like you're doing a great job. And this helps us gain an understanding of any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. Now, professional standards, we've got 3 levels of areas in our internal controls. And we look at your internal control weaknesses, and you have a material weakness, you have a significant deficiency, and you have a deficiency. These are just the 3 levels. You do not have any of them. I just want to give you just sort of a little, snapshot or snippet of what it is. A material weakness is your most serious level of internal control, and it's a combination of deficiencies such that there is a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement of the entity's financial statements will not be prevented, detected, or corrected on a timely basis. That's a material weakness. That's probably the toughest thing that you can have in an audit. You don't have that, so that's good. Significant deficiency is a moderate level of internal control weaknesses, and basically it kind of runs through the same language, but it's less severe than a material weakness, and yet important enough to merit attention to those charged with governance. And that would be something that in a material weakness or a significant deficiency, we would put it in the audit report as a finding. And if you peruse your audit report, I don't know if you had or not yet, but you have no findings, so that's why there's nothing in there. And then a deficiency is just the least severe, and if there was something that would come to our attention, we would discuss it with management, and we would put it in our required communication letter, and that would not be included in the audit report. And something like that would kind of be, it doesn't allow management or employees in the normal course of their business to perform their assigned function to prevent, detect, or correct a misstatement on a timely basis. That's about basically it. And again, there's none of that. So I just kind of give you the 3 levels there of the areas that we look at in your internal controls.
Can I stop you for a second? Can you just give, for us in the audience, examples of what those, you just went through the levels. What one, if you did find one of those, what an example of those would be?
Of a material weakness?
Yes.
Well, like a material weakness, you would have, in our testing, we would see a pattern of, let's say, unauthorized transactions. Okay. And that's what you look for. Material weakness, it's not just an isolated incident. You usually want to see a pattern of something. And then that sort of triggers, aha. And then we would increase our sample selection to sort of substantiate that. And if you say, okay, no, we found, let's say 4 ghost employees, if you will. Okay, it's pretty hard to do that today, but just an old school. I've been with Hinkle & Company now 20 years, and when everything was on paper, you could do something like that. But now in the age of electronics, it's pretty tough. But nonetheless, I did experience ghost employees with one entity, and then we started looking at more and then there was a history, and it ended up to be quite substantial. So that would be an example of a material weakness, if you will.
What wouldn't really raise to the level of material, but might just be a weakness or deficiency?
Segregation of duties. Well, maybe the person that's issuing the checks is also doing all the reconciliation and the deposits and things like that. You want to try to keep, in the best ideal world, you want to really separate as much as possible. Right. It doesn't always work like that, but the biggest thing is monitoring. If you know that work is being monitored, it's usually a good practice, for a best practice recommendation. If you have such an office where you're not allowed to maybe have the level of employees in your ideal scenario. So does that make sense?
Yeah, oh, absolutely does.
Okay, and then that just sort of gives us the groundwork, and when we look at that, it's telling us, okay, does everything look pretty good? And it sort of sets the path on conducting the actual financial statement audit engagement. Now that we have a fair good understanding of the risk and all that nature, now we can move forward to the financial statements. And again, we have an unmodified or clean opinion on your financial statements. That's the best that you can get. Okay. And then we go into your government auditing standards, and that just looks again at your internal controls and your government audit parts, because being a government entity, you are accountable for the funds. And again, it's a clean opinion. So it's unmodified. That's the technical language, is unmodified. A clean opinion is just the best way to go. And again, as we move forward, this year you've had a single audit. And this has been the first year, I believe, in several years that you've had one. And there's a threshold that used to be $750,000 of federal dollars expended would trigger a single audit. And now it's $1 million. They raised that up. And you expend $1 million or more, then you got to have a single audit under uniform guidance. And basically we come in and we test all your compliance controls, because every federal award program has a set of rules and regulations that is an allowable cost and allowable activity and so on, allowable expense and for reimbursement and so forth. And in some cases you can receive federal awards in advance, but in most cases are on a reimbursement basis. And again, in the single audit section, unmodified, clean. So with the 3 opinions, they're all a clean audit. And that's the best grid that you can get. And I would just like to compliment the accounting department, because we didn't have one audit entry adjustment to make. I don't see that very often. I mean, I tip my hat, and that's a good compliment. I wish I would have engagements like that all the time, but that's not the reality. And Cindy runs a real tight ship. I'd just like to share that. And after we close the audit engagement, you file with the Federal Audit Clearinghouse. You have to submit your audit and show all your programs that you expended. In this case, it was just your fiscal funds, coronavirus fiscal dollars that you did, fiscal and recovery funds. And again, everything tested good. So other than that, at the end of everything, you get a required communication letter, and that's the letter to management, to those charged with governance. And we didn't have anything negative to say. Everything was very positive. Accounting was very transparent with everything they provided. They gave us access to anything that we needed to be able to conduct and the audit and form our opinion. So that's about basically it. And I hope that helped give you a little bit of background and what we kind of do in an audit. Do you have any questions?
I see questions?
I do have a couple questions. This first question, though, may be more for our staff than it is for you, sir.
Okay.
But, on page, and I believe it's page 22 in the audit. Yes, I do read all these things word for word, but it talks about our interfund transactions. Those are things that we have already somewhat accommodated in our budget, and that we know that we're going to be doing every year. And that's kind of what I thought that was. We know that certain things come from certain funds, and so we have to make those transfers, and that's what that is, right?
Yep. So we do a couple of different transfers. Some might be like with in 2026. This didn't exist in 2025, so you wouldn't see it here. But in 2026, we created a capital improvements fund, and there are transfers from one fund to that capital improvements fund for specific projects that we can account for there. So that would be an example of one. Another might be an interfund transfer where like the water fund pays the general fund, because the general fund is where we cover all of our financial accounting staff, billing staff. They're all paid for out of the general fund. So the water and wastewater funds pay the general fund for that service. So that might be another example of a interfund transfer.
And that's what I thought those were, but I just want to make sure that I understood it, and that if anybody in the audience looked at that, we weren't like borrowing from one fund for something else. No, this is how you, in the normal course of things, would fund something, that's designated. Okay. I have another question, and this is more for you, sir, and that's on page 45. It's on the first page of the Internal Audit Report on Internal Control.
Okay.
On the very last paragraph, it says, I believe it's the second to last sentence, it says, given these limitations, during our audit, we did identify deficiencies in internal control that we considered to be material weaknesses.
They're not. That's a typo, and we will make that correction. We forgot to include the word "not." Thank you.
Thank you. I looked at that and went, now wait a minute, he just...
No, it's
That is
Yeah, if you would please change
good.
that.
Yes, ma'am. We will.
Public
We
record.
will. One thing I'd just like to say is that if you look at your cash that you have in the bank in general, and you look at your expenses, you've got about 2 years of reserve there. You don't see that. I see maybe 6 to 12 months tops, which says you've got good fiscal management. So.
Now, that's with government, to other governments, 6 to 12, you're saying tops?
What's that?
You're saying when you audit other governments?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes. On the reserve, we don't normally see that kind of a 2 year where, you've got your cash in the bank's like 25, 26 million, and your expenses are like 14. So, yeah, you've got a really good, strong reserve.
I congratulations, staff, former board members, and you for this hard work. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, any other questions?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So much. Thank you very much, Cindy, for all the hard work you do, and it clearly shows here. Not one adjustment. Okay, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, is there the 2025 audited financial statements? Trustee Anderson has moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Swartzelli Albrecht is seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Swartzelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. Thank you. Next on our agenda is item number 3. And this is the contract award to PSD Citywide for asset management and permitting platform. We have our GIS analyst Nathan here tonight. Gabbard.
While Nathan's coming up, if you don't mind, Cindy is a rock star, and she's been here since before I got here. The town is in great fiscal health largely because of her and her team. So she knows. I've told her lots of times. I'm sure she's not listening to me, as she probably shouldn't. But anyway, I just wanted to take the moment to publicly thank her. And
Yes.
with you guys, she
Tell her to watch the video. She just walked out, but definitely.
the GFOA's recommended minimum ending fund balance in the general fund is 2 months of operating expenses. So when you think about having 2 years worth, we're saving money so that we can build great stuff. We're not just hoarding cash, right? We have plans for that money, but that's a result of her strong fiscal management. So anyway,
Thank you.
I would like to just add to that too, real quick. Every question I've ever had, she answers so cohesively, and helps me understand at the most basic level so that I can communicate it out to others too. And so having somebody having that type of knowledge here at the town of Berthoud, we're so fortunate. And I encourage anyone on the board too, if you have questions, to reach out to her, because she's so happy to answer them and correct my thinking if I'm way off base. And that's been a huge asset for my understanding our budget too. So thank you to staff.
And I didn't mean to interrupt Nathan. Nathan is also an amazing member of our team who you'll get
No,
to hear from
yeah, no
right
pressure,
now.
Nathan.
Yeah, no pressure at all. Well, good evening, Mayor Karsbeck and Board of Trustees. My name is Nathan Gabbard. I'm the GIS analyst for the town. I don't believe I've had a chance to meet any of you yet. Kind of pulling back the curtain a little bit this evening.
Seen your work, though.
You've
Very
seen my,
impressive.
exactly. You've seen my work. I've done, Berthoud Report of Concern, the cemetery map, development activity map. Pretty much if there's a map and spatial data involved, probably had a hand in it at some point. Even this thing back here behind me. So,
Well, thank you.
yeah. So I'm here today to talk to you about. It's not GIS. It is GIS related in this sense. GIS is the foundation of it, but it's a different type of software that the town is looking to implement. So tonight, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the background, why it came about, what spurred this even conversation of happening, the process of how we went through to decide on PSD Citywide, the benefits of what this software will do for us, for the town, and then potentially next steps. So back in May of 2025, we had a cross-departmental meeting that kind of identified some critical pain points that all departments were having. This included data integrity, data gaps, inconsistencies, and just lack of standardization in itself, just in the data alone. So it was hard to, transfer data. I know it's not exactly the most riveting topic, but it's hard to, bring over data from one source to another and bring it back to, they weren't integrated in any shape or form. So it was hard to, even though we have these, awesome programs like GIS, Community Core, Laserfish, they can't talk to each other, right? So that's an issue. So the data is there. We just don't have the integration necessary for the data exchange. So after that meeting that we had, the directors decided or some of the town directors decided to have me further investigate some different software platforms that are out there. And this was OpenGov, Acela, Novatics. So we sat down, we had demos with them and discussions. And then after, staff had seen what they were capable of, we then decided to kind of move forward and try to include some of these, the software and potentially the 2026 budget proposals. So in I think it was in December, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but the town board approved the budget for 2026. At that point, I began working on an RFP and trying to organize this project. So at that point, I formed a selection committee, and this included, people from every department, right? So Ken and Tyler from the water department, Jeremy, Keith, Brandon from Public Works, Ann, Taylor, and Luke from ComDev, and then Christian from licensing and records, or for licensing and records. So after the committee was formed, the RFP was posted in February. We got about 200 questions I had to try and answer from different vendors. I was able to answer about 170 of those. Some of them were thankfully repetitive, so that kind of helped a little bit. We received 18 bids from various vendors. Some were removed kind of immediately just because of either the extreme cost or they were not offering everything we were looking for. So we were looking for kind of an overall umbrella to incorporate, everything under one roof, really. So then from there on, we used an evaluation matrix was used, and the selection committee then started evaluating the last 10 companies that were still out there. And you can kind of see it in the chart here. So we had the top 5 were Acela, Concourse, OpenGov, 360 S2G, and PSD Citywide. We then, after another discussion, we nixed Concourse, and then after that, we started having demos by the other 4 companies. So I don't know if that's kind of hard to see, but it was a chart here basically breaking down the cost. I just did a pros and cons, not a pros and cons, but just a list of what they were bringing to the table, whether or not it was actually, the cost and everything for looking at not only just the first year, but 3-year estimated FTEs, how many, man hours is this going to take from the town, security, ADA compliant, making sure, they were able to check every box, and every company was able to do so. The only one 360 SUG I have highlighted there is just because after the first demo, we were very unimpressed with them, so we just kind of like let them, we didn't obviously not go with them. So, yeah. So then, kind of the process continued. So after that, we again had several other meetings. The selection committee. So after extensive demos, meeting several times, we narrowed it down to 2, and that was OpenGov and PSD Citywide. At first, OpenGov was our initial favorite. It was expressed during the OpenGov was their initial favorite, but due to cost and issue with our payment processor Express Bill Pay, we ended up moving forward with PSD Citywide. OpenGov wanted an extra so it wasn't part of the RFP. They wanted an extra $70,000 to integrate with our payment processor, and they said they could do it as part of their RFP. So, not being honest, and that's part of the RFP, we're just moved on without them. So, yeah. So who is PSD Citywide? So PSD Citywide is an enterprise software company that builds technology specifically for local governments and public utilities. They have over 23 years of experience, capable of handling all departments for future needs with various modules. Right now, we're starting with the asset management, and we're looking to start out with the asset management and planning and permitting software. But in the future, they can handle financial, they can handle budgeting, they can whatever you can think of that we do here for town, they can pretty much incorporate it into their software. Another thing I think it's important is they've not been bought out by a bigger company. A lot of these that we were looking into, they had been bought out by bigger corporations, like for instance CityWorks, which is what Loveland uses. They were bought out by Trimble, and people, when these bigger companies come in, a lot of times they lose a lot of their core mission statements. That kind of stuff kind of gets thrown to the side because it starts turning into more about the almighty dollar and stuff like that. So another thing with this PSD Citywide is we would be the first Colorado client. Because of that, they are offering us a $40,000 discount on the implementation. So that was an incentive for them to try and get business here, but also, $40,000 off is never a bad thing. So, so the benefits. So it's hard to put a price on increased public transparency, but that is one of the biggest benefits of this software by having a single user portal for all needs. So it's easier time communicating with staff, as staff and public can send messages within the system. So, you're no longer waiting on voicemails, emails, and that kind of thing. There's other, and just being able to see where, for example, their permit, where is it at? It's kind of like a Domino's tracker. How you can see where the pizza's going and kind of see where it's at. Well, it's kind of the same thing with this. It'll be showing where your permit's at, what stage it's in. If there are any extra documents that need to be uploaded, it'll flag all of that kind of stuff. So it's a lot more user friendly than what the kind of software we have. And also it's at this point, it's talking, right? So it's talking to GIS, it's talking to Laserfish, all those softwares that we have now that are causing these departmental silos. It actually allows it to all talk into this one system. Increased staff efficiency. Again, it's more streamlined processes for referrals, communicating with outside agencies. Staff efficiency for like mobile crews will be increased because there'll be automated workflows that they can follow. A supervisor can, assign tasks, come in the morning, assign tasks to field crews. They have it now on a mobile app. They can go out there and just work on it and get it done. Again, I kind of mentioned this stuff before, but breaking down departmental silos, that's a big thing. It's, we have all this great software, but none of it talks to each other. This allows it to do that. So it's, bringing better technology to the town. Standardized data and record keeping, that's what kind of started this whole thing. Just being able to, get my notes here. So just, it's better for, standardizing data and record keeping. So we're going to be able to, keep track on costs, labor, materials, all that kind of thing. So after, the first 6 months to a year, you're not going to probably have a whole lot of data. But after that, we start accumulating that. We see, break down, and analyze how much is being spent for, water department parts, or if, how much is being used for labor. And we can be able to actually decide, is there a gap? Do we need more people? Do we need less people? All that kind of stuff. We can actually make decisions based on data, which is important. And then, I mentioned the app, so it's important to be able to go out there and use our phones or tablets and stuff like that and document it. So it's, taking pictures of what's been done and all that kind of stuff. And then lastly, scalable growth for future. It allows us, as we grow as a town, as we get bigger, to grow with the software. The software has more capabilities, and if we want to add more, it has those capabilities to do so. I don't want to say it's like, every other town does it, so we should do it. That's not the case. I know we birthed it here. We like to do things our own way and everything. But there is a reason why, towns like Windsor, Evans, Fort Lupton, even though they're in the early stages like we are, looking into it and stuff like that. Windsor, they have OpenGov and everything, but there's the reason why towns are using this software. It's to help be more efficient, to become a smarter, data-driven town and make decisions based off that. So next steps, pending approval, we would officially go under contract with PSD Citywide. We'd start beginning implementation starting in July, and the implementation process would be anywhere from 8 to 16 months, hoping on the 8-month side. But they leave room for that just in case. And again, thank you for your time for listening. And I just want to also give a special thank you to the selection committee for taking the time to go over this, and also Ann Johnson for helping me throughout this entire project, because RFPs and all this has been all new to me, and it's been a good learning experience. So thank you.
Thank you. Excellent presentation, Mr. Gabbard. Trustees, any questions regarding this? Very thorough.
Yeah, I have a
Trustee
handful.
Grace,
Yeah,
please.
go.
No, go ahead.
Okay. These are, first of all, I'm always for technology to make things more efficient and to remove silos. So I absolutely love that you've been working on this RFP for asset management and permitting. Couple questions, and this was just mostly when I was looking through the agreement from PSD. Have they talked to you about what data extraction looks like if for whatever reason there's a termination, because there's only you guys are only given 90 days to extract your data,
Right.
and so is that something that they provide easily? What is it going to be? Do you need to expand and make it more than 90 days to make sure that we get all of our data out in case there is some sort of
issues?
disagreement?
Yeah, so that I'm not 100% sure on. I can follow up with them on that. So on the 90-day extraction, off the top of my head, I'm not 100% on what the criteria is with that. I know as far as the agreement and everything, our lawyers, I think Nick, you had worked on it. Is that correct? So yeah, I've not met you in person either. But I know that our legal team and their legal team had talked it out and had come to a final agreement and stuff like that. So, but as far as I can double check on the 90-day.
Yeah, just making sure you guys are supported if for whatever reason you need to get your data out of there quickly. Then there in the scoping document, I'm just curious because it didn't expand. The contract flags that there was 811 integrations that were out of scope.
Oh,
what
so
were all of those integrations?
I can actually, so that's 811.
Oh, 811.
So it's
okay.
so it's actually like the locating service.
Now that makes
so
sense.
No, 811. Yeah, no, that would be.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's something that can be added later on. The water department, who does most of our actually I think does all of our locates, they have a locator Logix right now, so they are okay. Last time I talked to Tyler and them, they're okay using that for now. But in the future, that is something we can add. So that's just saying it's out of the scope at the moment, but they can add it later on. So,
okay, perfect. That seemed like
yeah,
a really silly
that would
question,
be
but now
pretty
makes
terrifying.
Way more sense.
Yes.
Because it was like you guys have 811 integrations.
That would actually take more than 16 months.
That's
I'm pretty
exactly.
Sure.
That's
Yes.
why I was curious.
16 years.
The last question I have is, have you guys decided on training? Is it going to be training on site or is it going to be remote?
So it'll be hybrid.
They are,
So they have agreed to coming out here to do some in-person training, but some of it will also be remotely and stuff like that. I've got a list of folks who are already going to be like the super users throughout each department, and that way they already identified and they can start getting the training. But yeah, training is obviously very, very important, and they've hit on that multiple times. Our PSD has hit on that multiple times, that they want us to make sure that when they step aside, because they're never leaving, they're still going to be there for support and everything. But when they step aside, they want us to be able to run it, right? They don't want to have us keep asking them many, many questions. They want us to be able to build it how we want to and be able to modify things and make changes as we needed.
Perfect. Is that something that's already in your budget or something that we would need to look at approving to make sure you have the funds for on-site training?
I think it's already in the budget. I'd have to double check. I'm not sure on that.
Was that part of the RFP, though, that they build in?
It was part of that they do like a hybrid, and as far as because we said we prefer a hybrid on-site and remote training. It could be either or, or not either or, but it should be both. So Because sometimes it's just better to have on-hand learning versus a Teams call.
On
So,
site is much better.
it is.
I think it was that they could, let's see if I read this correctly, that they could bill travel separately, that it wasn't part of the RFP total costs.
Yeah, I remember reading that, but when we were having our demos and discussions with them, they had agreed that if some on-site training was necessary, that they would do it. So they didn't mention anything about extra costs, but I'll run that by them. And
I was
double
going to
check.
say, if it's in there, if it's in the contract, then we wouldn't want it to be a surprise.
Okay. Yep, I will double check on that one for them. Extra cost on travel.
I'm guessing too, and I guess I'm asking Chris, we probably have approved travel for our contractors, approved items that are travel for our contractors, so that would probably help keep the cost down, right?
This should be covered within the context of the, I'm sorry, to clarify, are you asking, do we have a budget for travel for our staff?
No, I'm wondering if we have some
To
type of
interact with
guideline
them?
that we typically put in our contracts.
It's actually common in our agreements for travel to be independent of the total cost because we control when they come out, and so we can decide if we want them to come out or not. So typically typically contractors will bill travel on a reimbursable basis, and then they'll come out as many times as we're willing to pay for it. And so when I review the contract, that's the way I reviewed it. That is common for us, and it's typically within our, so long as we can cover it within the budgeted cost of the project. In this case, we budgeted more money than this implementation is going to cover, so we have some extra funds in that line item in order to cover travel expense.
So the town would have to approve them traveling, and two, they would have to meet the town's travel guidelines as far as costs and that kind of thing?
We would review their travel costs if we felt like they were unreasonable, but no, they are not obligated to meet our travel requirements. So like they can choose their own hotel, they could fly on whatever airline they wanted to. They could bill us for reimbursable expenses like, meals. If we've never had an issue where somebody was trying to bill us for, $150 steak dinners or anything, but if we did, that's certainly something we could deal with. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
No, it's a good question.
Trustee Grace, I'm sorry. I didn't know if you had other questions. I mean, to interrupt.
No, those were my three.
Yes, Mayor, I do have a few questions. Thank you. I do have a few questions for you. Like Trustee Grace, I love the idea of becoming more efficient, being able to do a better analysis of like your return on investment.
Mm-hmm.
And a standardized record keeping, I think, is fabulous. I really like the idea this will maybe save staff time too, so that
Absolutely.
you can concentrate on other things or on developing other ideas. And so I really like that. But I do have kind of a question for you. I know that PSD Citywide offers a budgeting and forecasting application. Do you foresee us being able to either negotiate in the contract something that allows us to get a discounted rate if we add that to our subscription services down the road a piece?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. Again, that would be a conversation later with them, but I don't see why not. I mean, this is just kind of the start. We don't want to. It was to asset management seemed like the biggest need at this point, and then the planning and permitting software also. So we wanted to try and hit the biggest needs at this point in time, but I don't see why not. I mean, absolutely. And after again, I don't want to speak out of turn because that'd be something between PSD and us, but I don't see an issue, or I don't see why not. So especially if we have a good relationship with them, and there's they've, again, being that we're the first Colorado client and everything, I feel like it'll that kind of helps maybe them willing to be more flexible on certain things potentially. So
thank you.
Yep.
Another question I had was, will there be I'm guessing you will build in some type of standard SLAs or and penalties for non-performance and that kind of thing in the contract? Is that something you guys have contemplated at this point?
I'm not trying to think if that's
Standard level service agreements. So in other words, if let's say we're having a problem with the software, that they would have so many days to try to cure that issue.
Fix it before we okay. I thought something like that was in the contract, but I could be mistaken on that. I'm not 100% sure on that one. I don't know if that was.
Trustee Anderson, I think, are you looking for Schedule A, the support schedule
Yes.
for like critical, high priority, medium, low?
Right. So like if they don't
Yeah.
hit
So-
those.
Yeah.
So if they don't hit those marks, that's okay. So if they don't hit like the 24-hour, if it's a critical or something like that, yeah, I'm not sure if there's any like blowback as far as like if they're like penalized or something of that nature. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. So that's something. Yeah, I could discuss with them. I just never thought about something like that.
You've
So
seen that before with application agreements like this.
I have to agree, and this is just with other vendors that I've worked with over time. Of course they
promise you the world kind of thing.
They promise you the world,
Yeah.
and of course they want to deliver the best software, but they're also a company who likes to make money. And there's been times where having that in the contract has been beneficial for the company that I've been working for, because there's been some sort of critical issue or service issue where if it wasn't in the contract, it would have been almost impossible for them to recoup.
Okay. Yeah, that's I can.
Yeah, thank you for
Ask
that.
about
Yeah,
it, yeah.
and that's really what I was getting at.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion.
That's all the questions that I had. Thank you
Great.
for indulging me.
Very thorough. Other questions by the board?
I had a question. As far as implementation, you're saying 8 to 16 months for
Yes.
implementation. Year one, the bulk amount, does that go into effect after it's implemented? When do we pay for it, and when does that time start? For that
So I
year one?
believe once the kickoff call, if I recall in the I wish I had the contract in front of me. I think it was like 7 or 8 payments, I believe, through the implementation phase per month. I have to double check on that, but let me. Yeah, I don't think I actually loaded that up to. I don't know if Christian has that or not, but I
Well,
think
if
it was.
takes 12 months to implement it.
Yes.
Because it says we have our license from August 1st through August 1st, 27.
Mm-hmm.
So if we don't get it implemented until August 27, we've already
Wasted a year. Is that what you're saying?
wasted
Kind
a
of.
year of
Yeah, I mean,
licensing. We don't need the license to start until it's
actually alive, right? So yeah, that's you're right. That should be it's something I'll double check with them as well, because it should be. No, I get what you're saying, because it should be once it's live. That's when the licensing should start. That's when we should really be.
Right.
The price should start. All that kind of stuff. So yes,
Okay.
I totally agree. And let me
Good point.
Appreciate
call
that.
out.
look into them on that, because that is a good point. I was wondering that honestly. Licensing.
It's not uncommon in these software agreements, at least in my experience, to begin paying for the software while it's being developed. So that is typical in our contracts, or has been in the past. Because we have users, they're licensed, they're building part of the system in parallel with the contractor who's helping to do that.
Right.
So like we're going to get access to the software effectively on day one. We have license to use it. Our team is going to have to be building some of that in parallel with them. And so, like I said, it's not uncommon. In my experience, it's a pretty common provision for us to begin paying for the
So
software
you will
while we're
actively be
building it.
using the software and the licensing.
We will, in the sense that we will be part of the team that's building it, right? So like they're gonna help us transfer data. They're gonna help set up forms. There's gonna be training that's going on, but like our team is gonna have access to it, and we'll begin building it in parallel with the work going on with the contractor. And so it's not like they have total control over it and total access, and then they give it. They don't give us the keys when it's done. Typically, we're working in parallel with them through that entire process. We have access to it just like they do. So if that makes sense. So it's not.
I guess I was looking for.
It's
a
not like a
functional,
turnkey where it's like they build it and hand it to us.
Yeah.
In which case, I would agree completely. But that's not how this one is structured. I don't believe.
Yeah, we're kind of paying for like the implementation part. We're paying for them to come teach us, also, setting it up and everything. So that's kind of where the payment starts beginning, because they're doing that right away, right? As soon as after the kickoff call starts, they're jumping in there, starting to build it out for us and everything. So it's not. And then we're also the training, the learning, and being able to go in there and start, playing around in it and making sure, getting it fine-tuned how it works for various departments and everything. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
It would be great to hear updates
Sure.
from your department as you guys go along, just as how progress is going, and
How often would you like the updates?
Maybe 6 months.
every
Yeah, we're not doing every, but it'd be nice to see in 6 months.
6 months?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or when you hit like a big milestone.
Yeah.
You know.
Like one goes live, like one module goes live, like asset management or
Yeah.
something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think when the systems are live, it would be great to give you a demo of it so you can kind of see
That'd
it.
be
great. Would love-
That's probably the
love to
best
see it.
best way to do it. And then outside of that, we can just provide you updates in those biweekly update memos that you get. Nathan's pretty good about adding detail about the things that he's been working on in those. So if you keep up with that, he will. I have no doubt be adding some additional detail about key projects. That'll be in the key project updates section of that memo.
Yep,
And
absolutely.
I think it would just be helpful too for the public, public citizens to see what the progress is. on
Absolutely.
this
See
new
where
piece
see
of
everything's at. I mean, that's the
technology.
whole purpose of this is to be more
Yeah.
public, more transparent for the public. So, yeah. So that's absolutely. So, would not be a problem.
I think it's very exciting.
It is.
Very
It
exciting.
is.
It says it's right in the staff report here, but share data amongst staff more easily, get rid of manual permitting processes, disparate asset management methods, and then a lack of an accessible platform to communicate permitting projects with the public. So
Yep.
this is
Yeah.
to make things way better.
Absolutely. And that's the whole goal of this, right? I mean, it's not to make things more difficult. I mean,
And
it's
40,000
to
off, so that's pretty good.
what's that?
40,000 off just for.
Yeah.
this out.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
kind of a budget oriented person, so I'm a anyway. So it's
Quite a bit.
yeah, I saw that and that was a good
Yeah.
thing. So
I was gonna also add that I appreciate that our staff always does what's best for Berthoud instead of copying what every other jurisdiction is doing. We can take notes from them, but ultimately I appreciate so much that we investigate and research the best bang for our buck for Berthoud citizens and the most customer service oriented for our small town, not just another community. And
Right.
that's a theme I continue to see with Berthoud staff. I so appreciate that sometimes we're setting the standard for other communities because we've chosen to go a different way. So I really appreciate that. And kudos to all of the mapping and data that I just totally geek out. So thank you for
it's fun to
making
do.
that
It's fun to
available
do.
for us.
So,
And
yep.
then the customer service goes up when we have all of our asset management in line. So thank you for making that available for staff. This is a huge lift.
It
This
is.
on the scale of projects the staff is undergoing, this is a very big lift. And so letting us know how we can support you and making sure that, we're not overly adding to other projects while you're doing this, please let us know because this is critical infrastructure for functionality. So
Absolutely.
thank you so much.
Yeah, this will change our day to day, how we do, on how
Yeah.
things go and operate. So for sure.
Absolutely.
But in a good way.
Expect to see this as one of the implementation strategies for your transparency and
I was
communication
just going
goal. So
to
just-
bring that up.
Beautiful.
That it really aligns with
I
our
was waiting for
strategic
you to
planning
say that,
session.
Chris.
What was that?
I was waiting for you to say that.
Yeah.
That's excellent. All
We're
right.
going to try to incorporate as many things as we're already working on that match your goals. But we do have some new ideas we'll talk about later too.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Would anyone like to move on this contract?
I move to, it's probably written here for me to do the number 3. Move to approve the contract with PSD Citywide and authorize the mayor to execute the contract.
Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Grace has moved on this. Trustee Anderson has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Ulbricht,
Yes.
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Ulbricht,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. Thank you very much. Great work. Okay, we'll move on to item 4 now. This is a public hearing. This is a request for a major alteration, of a historic structure located at 224 Mountain Avenue. We have Bella here to present on this. Welcome, Bella.
Thank you, Mayor Karsbeck and Town Board of Trustees. Tonight I'm with you to discuss what should hopefully be a fairly straightforward alteration request to a property with a historic landmark designation. So the property we're looking at is the Carlson Building, which is located at 224 Mountain Avenue. To help you orient yourself, there's a picture of the property there on the top, and as well as a picture of the south facade, which you may recognize of the building there on the bottom. However, the application is for an alteration to the west facade, which faces the interior courtyard. To provide a little bit more clarity on the location, this alteration is circled in red here on this aerial image. This is a view from the west, and the applicant is proposing to include a new door to the building to provide a secondary means of access for museum staff and visitors. The door is intended to match the existing style of the building. The front door there that you saw on the bottom right image is a good example. It won't be painted in the same way as this one is, but it is intended to match the style of the building. The applicant is the Berthoud Historical Society, so as you can imagine, they've done their research and will be planning to maintain the character of the building as it exists. On this next slide, we have the recommended action. So the Town Historic Preservation Advisory Committee heard this request at their meeting on May 11th, 2026, and recommended it for approval by you tonight. For the record, the criteria for approval of historic alteration requests has been provided on the slide for you. However, I won't go through the entire list of criteria. And with that, that concludes staff's presentation. If the applicant has anything they would like to say in addition, I would welcome them to. Otherwise, I am open for questions.
Thank you.
And just to reiterate something that HPAP talked about when we reviewed this initially, when they reviewed initially, was that the initial application was to revoke their historic preservation designation so they could do this. And I think and I think it was a smart move that HPAC did was say, hey, you know, you can go through the regular process. It's not that cumbersome to just ask for the major alteration as opposed to removing the historic preservation designation. And they took HPAC up on that and are now going through the process. And so I wanted to say that I really appreciated that they took the time to do that and to go through that process and to show people that it is a process that isn't as cumbersome and time consuming as it can always. I think any government process is always portrayed as being bureaucratic and time consuming, and I think that I'm glad that they were willing to go through the process and show people that it's not. So.
Yes, absolutely. That's great context, Trustee Anderson. We were working very closely with the Berthoud Historical Society, and once we kind of got things moving, we were able to move them through the process quite quickly and painlessly. I hope from my end it was quite painless, so that's great information, and we've enjoyed working with the Historical Society on this request. So.
It's a lot of work. Thank you very much for being like such a great liaison to that.
Oh, of course. It's my pleasure.
Just a quick question. Can you remind me what year this building was constructed? I couldn't find that in the document.
Ooh. I might ask for Andrew's help on that one.
Yes, the applicants are great. Excellent.
Yes.
Hello, Board of Trustees, Mr. Mayor. My name is Andrew Wayland. I am the museum manager for the Berthoud Historical Society. If you have not met me yet, you've probably seen me around town. Our Carlson building was built in the 1940s as an auto garage by Earl Carlson. He built it kind of on the industrial side of town, next to what is now the Bimson Stone Shop Museum building. He would have had it as just basic auto garage, and then the museum took it over in the 2000s and have run it as a staff office collections area since then. The idea to put an extra door into that building is both for visitor safety, staff safety, as well as access. Right now, to get into that building, you have to go on the street side of Mountain. And while that's not a big problem because the sidewalk is quite large, it is hard to have a visitor go all the way around to go into another building at the museum. So we're hoping that that helps with visitor flowing in and out of the buildings as we go. Also, we have this recommendation through it's called a collections assessment program through the AIC, which is the Association of Institute of Conservators. And we had that done in 2024, and the recommendation was to add a door where we're proposing that allows for access to the building without disturbing electrical or any major foundational areas.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Any questions, trustees, regarding this? We can do comments later.
Comments, yeah.
Okay. No questions? I will open it up to the public. Do we have anyone signed up for this? Thank you, Deputy Clerk. We have no one signed up for this, so I will close public comment, bring it back for the board for deliberation. Trustee Grace?
Yeah, my comment has really nothing to do with the door. I think the door is wonderful, and it's a beautiful door according to the picture. My comment is actually more on the resolution that before you sign it, Mayor Karsbeck, that needs to be changed to the 30th day of June instead of the 23rd day of June.
Well said. Okay. That makes sense.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Otherwise, I love the door.
Trustee Olbricht, how do you feel?
I think it makes sense if it provides additional access and safety, but doesn't harm the historic, structure itself or the, the nature of the building. So, I think it makes sense.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson?
I would agree with those sentiments, and again, I want to thank the Historic Society for being willing to going through the process and show others that it's not that it's a process that they too can go through if they want to consider a major alteration, and so I would be in favor of. And again, thank you for that, but I would also be in favor of this because I don't think it really detracts from the historic nature of that building. I think it is a safety issue, and I think we ought to approve it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think this is an important safety implement as well as functionality, so I'm in support, and just kudos to staff for working within their current historic designations. They didn't have to remove that to make the change. I think that's really great to see that happen, so thank you.
Likewise, yes. As far as major alterations, I thought this was, to be honest, rather minor and like a very necessary thing. So thank you again, Planner Manzo, as well as Director Wayland for working together on this. And I concur with our trustees. I think this is a good thing. So if anyone would like to move on this, and this would include Trustee Grace's update on the date from the 24th to the 30th.
I move to allow the major alteration to the historic structure at 224 Mountain Avenue.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Do we need to read the resolution, do you think, verbatim?
No, I think if you
Public
just
hearing?
perhaps make a motion to approve resolution number 16. A resolution approving the request for major alterations to the designated historic landmark at 224 Mountain Avenue.
I will just say Trustee Olbricht moved on that.
Thank you.
Second.
Trustee Grace is seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Grace.
Yes.
Trustee Anderson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sally Albrecht.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. Okay, we have another public hearing coming up, and this is for amendment to our landscape guidelines in consideration of the newly adopted Colorado Wildlife Resilience and Code, and this is Ordinance 1383. We have our planning manager, Ton Hillenbrand, here tonight. Welcome.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Trustees. Ton Hillenbrand, Planning Manager. So this item, actually, you should be familiar with. If you recall, I did provide a presentation or an introduction to the Landscape Design Code Amendment on June 9th. And at that hearing, I did provide a presentation. So this evening, I was not intending to provide a presentation unless you would like me to do so. But we've had no modifications to the request since we last spoke. So with that, I can answer any questions you have, and so it's quick and easy.
I don't. Also, Chief has brought this up at our meeting with the chiefs due to the public, so maybe that's going that way. Do you have any?
I have comments. No questions.
Let's open it. Anyone in the public wishes to speak to this? Okay, I don't think we had to sign up for it, but.
And I would just point out this ordinance will need to be updated the date as well. It still says June 23rd.
Excuse me,
So that's
the public hearing, so I have to.
One of my two
scheduled
comments.
date.
Okay, so yep, I officially opened it. No signups. Officially closed it. Bring it back to the board. Trustee Grace.
Yeah, so as Administrator Kirk was saying, the date on the ordinance will need to be updated as well. But also, I just wanted to point out, this looks like mostly a typo, but if we could clean up, it goes section 1 and then section 3. So I don't know if there was supposed to be a section 2 or if the numbering just got wonky.
Plan Hillenbrand, do you know?
So sorry.
On the ordinance.
On the ordinance. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it starts with section 1 and then it jumps to section 3. So
Yeah, that was certainly an oversight. Do apologize.
yeah,
No,
no worries.
fix
Just
that.
small cleanup.
These are important.
They are.
Okay, any other call there? We'll go Trustee Olbricht. Feel pretty good about this?
Yeah, I don't have any problems with it. So yeah, it seems fine.
Mayor Karsbeck, if I may, I'm sorry. Do you think we could change our format to the more collaborative conversation style that we talked about during the strategic planning session?
Certainly. I was under the impression I was going to go through and then we could go back if there was conversation. We get everyone's kind of initial opinions. Am I off on that?
Well, I think the idea when we brought that up during the planning session was that we can all hear each other's opinions if we just discuss it first, because you might initially have one idea, but once you hear somebody else's idea, you might think, oh, that kind of makes sense, and so that may make you change your mind. So that was the idea.
Yeah, more of a conversational form as opposed to
Who
a.
wants to lead it off then? You want to lead it off, Trustee Grace?
Yeah, sure. I'll lead it off. This is the second time we've seen this, and I fully support updating. The landscape design, and also I like the new coding as well to help with that. I mean, I didn't really have any changes from the first time I saw it. How does everybody else feel?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah.
I think the last time my biggest concern was that we were cohesive with the fire district's implementation of this code. They have to implement the new code. The county has to implement the new code. So my biggest, comment was just that we are all synced up, so there's not different conflicting codes. So, and this seems to be all unanimous. So I'm content with it.
I agree. Yeah, I think this is. I know they worked very tightly with fire on this. So, thank you for doing all this. Seems like we're all very supportive.
Yes.
This was probably a bad example to
Yeah,
use this on the next example.
Yeah.
On the next one on the agenda. How about that?
I think
as we practice.
I'll say. I have a separate thing, but we'll do that after this. Okay. So it sounds like we're all supportive. There was just some minor issues with the sectioning and then also the dates. So, including those amendments by Trustee Grace, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay. I think we have to read it out since it's an ordinance.
Sorry.
Is there a motion to approve ordinance 1383, an ordinance of the town of Berthoud amending the landscape design guidelines in consideration of the newly adopted 2025 Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code? Trustee Anderson, do you accept that?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Anderson has moved on that.
Second.
Trustee Grace has seconded that. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Soricelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. Excellent. Okay, and that has also been approved. Thank you very much for your time here. I only wanted to add it to the trustees when we're talking deliberation here. I've been in moments where when it does become that, there's a powerful voice sometimes, not on this board, but that's kind of taking control. So going one by one also helps people that might not feel the ability that they have a voice in that.
I think we
So
can.
I think there's a good hybrid.
I think we can still do the hybrid where we allow conversation, but if one of us has noticed that maybe somebody hasn't gotten a chance to speak up, opening up the ability, kind of, if that makes sense, like helping them have the spotlight.
And I would agree. I think typically you can, if you see someone who just hasn't spoken up, you can always say, do you have an opinion about that? Or is there something you want to say about that? Or, helps kind of keep that flowing, and then that person doesn't feel like they've been neglected in the conversation. So
Actually, this was a very good example of that,
And
actually.
I do appreciate the intention too. And
Yeah.
the neat thing about what Mayor Karsbeck has done is before, even when I first joined on the board, it was kind of like popcorn ideas, but it became some domineering personalities. And so by the time we got to deliberation, it felt like you were just railroaded. But what Mayor Karsbeck has done is he goes through each person, and so even if it's like, how do you feel about it, that doesn't have to be your necessarily final takeaway. If you hear some commentary and then you're like, well, and then I want to add to that, I think that is totally welcome too. I love the procedure because it does feel really fair and judicious that everyone gets a say, and so I think it lends itself to what your intention is with that.
And I think some of us being new, it's helpful for us to hear some of the history and the background from those who have been on the board before. So sometimes I want to hear that first, so I can then kind of think through it more. So that I think that's
also, you guys got a good point. It's a new board. We can certainly do this too. So it's great.
Those are great points.
Okay.
So before you all get started, before I
open it up here, and then
okay, sorry, jump to the
next
queue.
item is agenda item 6 is the Newell Farm Park Master Plan. We have Keith Nowell, our Public Works Operational Manager, here to present. Trustee Grace.
Okay. Before I recuse myself from this item, I want to note for the record that the recommendations from Port were not read into the record at the last meeting. So Mayor Karsbeck, if you don't mind reading those recommendations from Port before the presentation begins, so the board has that context before going into this conversation.
Certainly. So the one I received is actually in the packet. Is that the one recommendations from
That's
Port?
the same information that was in your packet.
Yeah. So that's in the beginning there. This is regarding optional studies for like heights. Sorry, I'm trying to open up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, can it be read into the record? Mostly because I would have given that update last board meeting, but because I had to recuse myself for the apparent conflict of interest, it just didn't get announced to the full board ahead of time as part of my reports from Port. So could that be provided before the presentation starts, even though that's in the memo? I just want to make sure that Port's voice is being accurately reflected on the record, since I can't be their liaison for this topic.
Absolutely. And going forward, you're always welcome to do this on the reports. I understand that specific situation there where you could.
Yeah, I
I'll
was
read this.
actually
This is also in the beginning of the packet, but I'll read this out
Okay,
loud.
thank you.
Let's see here. The Port Committee recommends the update to the cross-sectional drawings to show a more accurate height of proposed neighborhood farmstead homes and mountain views and view sheds. Number 2, landscape buffer details would illustrate the trees, berms, and other screening elements rather than simply referencing them. And stage support facilities, please add a clear label for the green room and backstage support area at the main stage. Add a clear label for the area. This is not the one. Yes, here it is. Number 4, depict a ride share drop-off area and trash area on graphics showing temporary circulation patterns during events. And this goes on to discuss that this was included to this presentation tonight. Thank you very much. So, Trustee Grace has recused herself. Let's open it up. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Karsbeck and trustees. This presentation covers the conceptual design process currently underway for the Newell Farm property. I'll begin with some background information and then invite the master plan designer Tyler Kiggins with Wink Associates to present the preferred concept for you all.
Thank you.
So Newell Farm is a 13-acre property the town finalized the purchase of in 2023. It is located just east of Greenlawn Cemetery and County Line Road. We are currently in the conceptual design phase. During this phase, we define the park's overall vision, goals, and layout while exploring ideas without finalizing detailed design costs or construction methods. Including the Port Committee meetings, tonight marks the 8th public meeting held as part of this conceptual design process. You just read the Port recommendations, so I don't need to read it again. But many of these items were already incorporated into the new into the master plan that was shared with you all, and that will be presented tonight. For tonight, the staff is requesting the board feedback to finalize the master plan and direction on the next steps moving forward. The complete master plan is included in your board packet. Tonight we'll focus on the preferred concept, so unless the board requests otherwise, we will not be reviewing the 6 supporting sections shown on the right here. To arrive at the preferred concept, the Port Committee evaluated 3 alternative concepts. The preferred elements from each were combined into a single concept. The board supported this single concept at their April 28th meeting. And now I'll allow Tyler Kiggins with Wink Associates to walk you through the preferred concept. So, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Keith. So once again, thank you for having me here tonight. Tyler Kiggins with Wink Associates. This is the preferred concept that Keith mentioned, where we combined all 3 plans together and we're working through pieces and parts that we liked and comments on them. I'm just going to walk you through the plan essentially and just describe a couple different areas, and then I have an enlargement where we can look a little bit closer at especially the center of the plan, and then some additional drawings and some high-level cost estimate as well. So in this plan, what you're looking at now is the full 13 acres developed, maintaining the historic homestead, which is kind of center left on the graphic there. But I'm going to start just in the top right-hand corner, the farthest eastern portion of the site. That's where we have one of the entrances off of Mountain Avenue. So that would be our main day-to-day entrance. So just a reminder that this is both a day-to-day just public park, but then also can be closed for an amphitheater, like a concert experience as well. So day-to-day, we'd anticipate any visitors coming in off that northeast corner and then driving into the site that way. We do have the other entrance on the far east, and that would be for events, for security, for EMS, anything like that as well. And then I'm just going to go through the site. So in the top right, then there is the opportunity to include a bus rideshare drop-off zone. This is a Port recommendation as well, just acknowledging that in the future, there could be limited number of parking spaces here, and there are ride shares and potential bus drop-offs, and that'd be a good location for that. We do have 3 separate kind of parking areas in the plan. One of them is on that eastern edge of the site, which is labeled 20 space ADA parking lot. We envision that as a day-to-day, it's your parking, where people come to the park and that's where they park when they're just going to go visit it during like a Tuesday afternoon. However, that could also then be transitioned into like one of the main ADA parking spots for the amphitheater when there's actually an event or a concert taking place. The same would be true for the parking on the west side of the site. Those wouldn't really be open day to day, but those would be where you could do ADA, parking for an event as well. And then down at the very southern edge of the parking of the site, our 20 space gravel parking lot. That one is just access from the neighborhood to the south. You can't get into that and then drive through the site to get up the mountain. It's just in and out through there. That has the possibility of being closed or gated off from vehicles if you wanted to, like during park use, and just allow pedestrians and bikes in and out, or you could still use that as a parking lot during normal like park hours as well. Anticipate that could be closed during events though to allow for volunteer parking. People are coming, or workers that are working the concert. And then also we've heard some interest in golf cart parking as well, just people taking golf carts, and maybe some additional bike parking down that location too. Surrounding the perimeter of the site we've just called it native seed mown parking. The idea behind that is treating it pretty similar to how they're running concerts there now. It's a native grass field, and they would just mow it as needed before events, and then they would flag, and whoever's running the events could flag and help park people and have them come in and off Mountain Avenue that way. I have some parking counts in a later slide. We've also accommodated kind of on the northeast side 20,000 square feet for future performance arts space. So sometime in the future, there's a desire to add a complex or a performance arts space there. Up off of Mountain Avenue then, or 56, there are trail improvements and stuff that could come in as part of the project. That's part of the larger Highway 56 improvements. Just south of that, we have included a lawn, restrooms, and picnic tables that are covered in that restroom concessions building. We see that lawn day to day in a park. You could throw a frisbee, kick a soccer ball around, but then also during an event or during a concert, you could set up a bunch of different booths or tables, something like so kids get their face painted at a larger event or something like that. Just south of that is an east-west walk that we're calling in LA a tree-lined walk full of picnic tables, another spot to hang out. You can still hear the music from there, kind of step away from the concert if you need to, but at the same time, it functions day to day. And then right in the center is the 3/4 acre amphitheater. It fits about 1,500 people. It's all sloped lawn. There is an ADA path around the exterior circle of it that's all 5% or less. And then there are 2 spots in that lawn that are a little bit bigger steps, say like 18 inches. One's right at the bottom, right where it says kind of main stage. That just allows some ADA seating down there or a potential dance space, something like that. And then there's one that cuts the lawn in half. Once again, just access and be able to sit there. Framing the southern and kind of the southwestern side along, we are proposing 2 berms. Right now they're about 10 feet tall is what we're showing, just to provide some of that screening so you don't see the parking behind it, you don't see the headlights, and then also to help a little bit with sound attenuation as well, keeping that sound out of the neighborhood to the south. The plan is also to keep the existing stage that's on site functioning and put some improvements into that as well, and the space behind it. So in between the 2 stages, so you see stage 2 and then like the 3/4 acre amphitheater, we do have a small playground area. The thought behind that is it's nature play. It's pretty small. It's simple. Just to give kids an opportunity if they're there for a concert to get kind of off to the side play, and then it also is functioning day to day as a park. And part of that, we are proposing like a taller silo tower playground structure slide piece that you could get up to the top, watch the concerts, see the views as well. For both stages, stage 2 would basically remain where it's at, but we would propose some improvements, especially to the building and the storage behind it. That already has like a green room and a restroom as part of it that would maintain and stay as is. The main stage then would also be built with a new green room and restrooms that would just be for the talent themselves. And then kind of back behind both of those stages, this is one of the things that came out of the conceptual design, is they're sharing kind of the back of house zone. Both stages are sharing the drop off, the loading, potential trash, EMS, all that stuff is kind of back of house. It's where the tour buses can park. And so that's part of also for the berms, just kind of screening that whole kind of back of house area, but just sharing those facilities so we're not taking up a bunch of space on the site from doing that in 2 different locations. Let me go to the next one. We are still proposing too that until the current people that live there, until they are no longer living at the house anymore, that we still maintain their access off of 56. And then at that time in the future, you could take away that access and just have the 2 on the east and west. Here's a little bit of an enlargement with some more detail included in it. On the west side, food trucks, we have accommodated a spot. So maybe if there's just the second stage is having a smaller show, some food truck parking over there. There's also some portalet parking over there, portalet spacing you could put over there. And then on the far east side, we also have a line for food trucks and portalets kind of along that east axis that runs north-south. And then we are showing some seasonal shade sales as an option. We kind of just want to see what it would look like in there and how much they might cost. So we did include those in there to partially shade part of it. We've heard throughout the whole process that shade's an important factor, just because late afternoon, early afternoon, like the sun's hot, and now they have some great shade trees that are shading for their current kind of stage area. And so trying to get at least some of that back as much as we can with the shade. I think that's about it for that. There are, because it's both park and amphitheater, we do have some temporary uses. Some of these have gone over already, like the activity tents or food trucks. The portalets we'd only imagine coming for shows. We would propose 4 permanent restrooms on the northeast side of the site. Those town staff's preference is to close those during events and just use the portalets, and so those get closed during that time. Food trucks can only come in for events. And then also, I think in the packet, you guys also have more information relating to fencing and gates and access and all that. That could all be moved around and changed according for each show as well. We did propose some permanent fencing just so there's less time and setup and money needs every single time you put on a show. And then this slide's just showing the parking spaces. We have about 582 parking spaces at a minimum. Like I said before, we that could be a little low, or just we don't know exactly, but this is really laid out at 10 by 20 foot stalls, 24 foot drive aisles, so like really wide, almost like a typical parking lot. If you're having flaggers come in and really park these cars tighter, we feel like you could fit more cars in there than that. Yeah, so also included in the packet was the event security stuff and then access plans. We did put together a high-level opinion of probable cost. This was completed with us, and then Simple Brown are the architects on the project. They've been helping us with the stage area specifically. And to do this, we've talked to other stakeholders. We've talked to other similar facilities. We've taken square footage, like area takeoffs, and put our best guess at the numbers. And so for the site prep earthwork, which is like the surveying, demolition, moving around soil, that'd be about $500,000 we're thinking. Utilities for all the utility improvements, storm, electrical, all the site lighting. We have that at 1.6, and we did actually add a little bit more to that number after we met with Port last time, because we wanted to make sure we were covered on lighting for the amphitheater itself, those lighting needs, and then those sound needs as well. Pavements, walks, and walls, that's mostly just the concrete and trails throughout the site. That's at about $875,000. Landscape is just all the native seed, irrigation. Oh, sorry, that's the next one, irrigation. Shrubs, grasses, lawn, all that stuff. That was about $2.4 million. Irrigation's about $500,000. Site furnishings in play, including that large silo tower, we think is a little over $1 million. And then the structures themselves, stage 1, stage 2 improvements, picnic shelter, restrooms, and then those shade sails themselves, the ones we had shown on there. We think that's about $4 million. So once we add those all up and we added a 15% contingency, we believe this comes in just under $13 million at this point based on the information we have available. Here's a couple of views of what it could look like. The top left is kind of up over the stage, almost in that loading zone area, looking back at the amphitheater. You see the slide tower on the left-hand side. On the right, top right, is an image then looking down towards the stage into the amphitheater with the slide tower on the right and some playground on the right. Bottom left is just that lawn area. I was saying on a typical day you could kick around a soccer ball. Just enough area to kind of have a space there that's not super sloped like the rest of the amphitheater. And then the next one to the bottom right is just looking down that central alley or that central axis, looking kind of away from the amphitheater, I guess, looking more back towards the east. And then this last slide shows an aerial view during what could be a concert event, looking back towards the mountains. You get to see the food trucks kind of on the bottom side of the image, some portalettes there to the left of that. You see the axis, the east-west, with all the picnic tables and lighting that you could have going that way, the slide tower, and then the stage itself in the center with the lighting, and then the amphitheater itself. That was what I had to kind of go through the plan. I'm open to any questions, anything, but I don't know if you wanted to.
Yeah, thank you. That really concludes the presentation for tonight. So again, typically after this process, based on your feedback and a master plan is approved, it goes out for a public survey, which we'd post online and then also include in the newsletter in August. So, yeah.
And then the additional things in there, with the optional things you wanted us to discuss, looked like the solar survey, the shade analysis.
So there was the handful of studies that the port committee recommended completing before moving into further design development. So what we've kind of proposed, if you'd like us to look into those, we can bring those back at a future date when we bring back the feedback from the survey to share what those studies would include.
Yeah, okay. I'm opening this to the public too, but I guess we should talk about all this stuff. To me, I feel like we all kind of discussed at least the importance of that solar survey to know where the shade and the sun is coming at you. And I don't know if this is common to incorporate studies or what that costs, you know?
So, yeah,
very simple kind of thing.
The solar, that's typically something you would do later in design development. So you start picking out what the shade structures look like. So it's not something you typically do before you get going.
So the survey, would any of these things, these separate recommendations to look at studies, would that affect the public's maybe responses in the survey? So maybe there's something in that solar analysis that might change anything on the survey, or
I don't know if you have any recommendations around. I
Did
don't
make
think
any-
so. I think what the public's kind of giving feedback on is, do they like an amphitheater there? Do they like a passive park there? Yes. Yeah. And then they'll throw some other info in there too that we'll track as well. Yeah.
Would doing a noise study have something that might have an impact on the surveys, like a public survey?
It could. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's these are things that we would normally incorporate into the design effort or the design process, depending on the types of amenities that are being proposed. But something like a noise study, it's important to start with a concept, right, so that can be evaluated. So we have a preferred concept. If there's nothing that really stands out or that's significant after the survey from the public, and there's no significant design alterations that we'd want to make, then at such time as we move into the design development portion of the construction drawings, then there may be some adjustments that we'd want to make, but they have to be based on a preferred concept plan, right? They have to have something to evaluate, something to study, rather than just to say, hey, if you've got a blank field, there's a million different things that they could, it's impossible to analyze how the sound is impacted by a design that doesn't exist. So we have a preferred concept. Next phases after the survey would be, an economic feasibility or pro forma kind of analysis, the shade study that would help to inform placement of trees and placement of shade structures and those things. All of that's a normal part of the design process. So those are good recommendations. We would do those typically anyway, especially for a facility like this.
So what you're saying is,
but I don't
make
think
sure I
that
understand.
it does not need to be done prior to going to the public. I feel strong about that. I think it's better to take this preferred concept to the public, get that feedback. If there are design alterations that we think might be appropriate based on public feedback, those would go through the port committee and back to the board. If there's not, and there's likely not to be, then if the board wanted to move into the construction drawing process and we did those studies and they necessitated some major design changes, those would also go through the port committee and the board. Those wouldn't dictate changes to the project independent of that public review process. So all of that will kind of get done in order. If there are design changes that we think are appropriate, hey, the berms aren't sufficient to contain the noise to a decibel level that we think is reasonable within a certain distance, and we need to modify that berm design, or we need to lower the stage, or we need to then those things would come to the port committee, to the town board, through that design revision process. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was just concerned that we would be able to make changes and that the public would have some say in that, when we do the public survey, that they would know that we are going to do those types of things like a noise study, and that kind of thing. Because I worry that then if you do the survey of the public and they're unaware of the fact, that we may do a noise study, they might say, well, we think it's going to be too noisy, so we don't think you should do it, as opposed to, well, we like the concept, but and we know that if it's too noisy, you guys will change it. I think they need to be aware of that in taking the public survey, so that it doesn't skew the public survey one way or the other.
I do think in some ways it's good that it not. If there is a strong concern articulated about noise, the board will make a good decision, hopefully, to consider noise as part of the design effort, right? If no one says, hey, I'm concerned about noise, we're probably going to do it anyway. But maybe there's less of an impetus to do that. I understand what you're saying. I think it's 6 in one, half a dozen another from my perspective. I think, yeah. And so I think if you guys have a preference, we can do it however you want.
Can I just ask what the plan is for community engagement? Have we thought about how we're going to survey the public on this design?
We would set it up for an online survey, but it'd also be a link included in the newsletter that goes out, I believe, the water bills. So that would go out in August, so there would be a link to that survey as well. So, and that goes out to 7,000.
Newsletter, social media, website, kind of our traditional avenues.
So we'd only be surveying them about this project.
Only this project.
Okay, and not about what maybe their preferences were on all of the projects that are pending. Just this one.
Just this one. And this would be a very design-focused survey, not like a... And I don't mean this to be disrespectful to the public, but you've already made a decision to move forward with the design of an amphitheater at this site. So we're not asking the public at this point, do you think this is a good idea to build an amphitheater here? We're asking them to say, what do you think about this design concept? Does that make sense?
Yeah. That helps clear up quite a bit.
Yeah.
All right.
I do appreciate your commentary, though, and think having some content before the survey of what the town's intentions are as far as, making sure that we're evaluating all those different areas and, what, kind of high level objectives we're trying to obtain by this project. I think putting that at the head of the, content of the survey helps the public know kind of that background information that we're working off of. It might help them be excited about participating instead of upset that it's happening and without having all that information for them. So I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Anything else we could open up to the public?
I do have a couple questions, if that's okay, Mayor.
Okay.
So with regard to the farmstead development, I was trying to look at the picture and see what the buffers would be. And it wasn't clear to me what those would be. Can you kind of show me, like, what would happen there? Like, what?
No, you can't.
On the preliminary plat for the Farmstead Filing 3 subdivision, there's a detention pond and about a 100-foot buffer between the homes on the south side and the south edge of this property. On the west side, it's a narrower buffer. I don't remember the number off the top of my head. But, again, knowing that the amphitheater is intended to be set farther to the east, the sound is intended to be pointed, away from those homes. And but yeah, there's a, I don't know, 1.5 acre or so detention pond, maybe a 3 acre detention pond, and then a 1.5 acre outlot that serves as a buffer between the homes and the south edge of that property.
So both on the west and on the south, there will be some type of buffer areas.
There's a fairly wide buffer on the south. Again, roughly 100 feet, maybe even a little bit more as you head west. And then on the west side, there is a narrower landscape buffer between the proposed lots and the property. But with the idea that again, the amphitheater is shifted fairly far to the east, away from those homes, the new amphitheater.
And on the south side, you mentioned the 100 feet, but would there be any type of landscape buffer there? Is that
It's a landscaped outlot.
That's what I was looking for on the pictures. I was looking for the landscape buffer, and I didn't see it on the big one.
You can kind of see,
It's faint.
like down in here is the buffer on the south.
Yeah, you can see a meandering trail.
On this side, you can see like the homes.
Yeah.
So there's a narrower buffer here, and then this is the wider buffer on the southern edge.
Okay, thank you for that. My old eyes, it was hard for me to see that green.
It is really faint. It looks like there's trees and shrubbery planned for that western and southern border. Is that
That was another port comment, just to include the buffering, some more buffering within the actual Newell Farm Park site itself, to help to basically help screen from the neighbors, parking, headlights, stuff like that as well, for during show. So we would propose a landscape buffer and possibly even like some berming and stuff around the outside edges.
And what would lighting be like there in that area? In other words,
On the south.
on that south side and on the west.
So a lot of the exterior around the edges where we just have that mode parking, we're not proposing any site lighting.
Okay.
Right now they could bring in like those lights on the poles of the generator. We would anticipate something like that still being needed, and the site lighting is more focused just right on the center of the amphitheater itself.
Then I was wondering about that little road that looks like it goes into this to the south into Farmstead.
Mhm.
And so that's what that is. It does actually go into Farmstead.
Correct.
Mhm.
Is there a reason for? Is it necessary?
They have that as part of the homestead development as well, a connection there, and then we were just providing that as a neighborhood connection to the park.
The original intent for that roadway through Farmstead was it would connect up through the easternmost lot of the 3 lots that are part of the Newell Farm property. It would likely be a right-in, right-out access off of Mountain Avenue or Highway 56. I don't believe it's needed for their traffic to function, for their traffic study, so it's not an impact
That's what I was
overall. So the thought was if you leave it where it is, it becomes a neighborhood access, but it doesn't become a through road out to 56.
Yeah, that's interesting. And that could be closed off during events.
That's I
the
believe
idea.
is the intention.
Yep.
Okay.
Other questions?
So how many concerts or events are we talking about annually?
Nothing has been determined at the moment.
I think there are some concerns about the number of events from CDOT. So I think
Right.
at least the number I heard, and Tyler or Keith, correct me if I'm wrong, but something like 15. If there's more than 15 events a year, then CDOT might have some concerns about the traffic associated with this development. But 15 a year, assuming that most of these are going to be in the summertime, ends up being at least one concert every other week or so. And maybe every week.
And the plan is to have paid concerts or open to public concerts?
I don't know that we have that plan at all at this point. So I think there's a lot of ideas that have been talked about, but there's no formal plan yet.
Because fencing to me would indicate that it's a paid concert, and they're trying to keep everyone, certain people out that haven't paid.
100%.
So
and we would fully expect that there will be paid concerts here. There may be unpaid concerts that the community may wish to host.
Right.
But this facility is being designed with the intention that they be paid concerts, that the majority be ticket entry concerts.
So once we have this, I'm sorry, did you have others?
Well, I did have a couple other questions.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll wait.
Has any thought been given to maybe, because it's going to be an open park when it's not being used for concerts, any thought to frisbee golf or something that makes it more user-friendly?
Not through the committee process or anything was anything like that brought up. Mainly keeping it passive with, there'd be some trail connections through there and kind of a natural playground for kids.
And we may want to still keep most of that facility fenced off. So, I think that's part of the concern. We've talked about a little bit of staff, and ongoing operation and maintenance standpoint. It's not great to have a lot of buildings that are unmonitored in an open public park.
Right.
So we'll have to look at that as we continue through design. Does it make sense? Are there areas that make sense to remain open that are not fenced off, and other areas where we don't want the public to be able to just wander? So, yeah, I think that's all part of the conversation as we kind of move through design.
Okay, but I mean, frisbee golf could be something
Yeah.
that could be added to a park setting.
Mhm.
Is there any frisbee golf available in the town of Berthoud?
We don't have any, but we're going to talk about that in your next agenda item. So that
Yeah.
Very good.
it's one of the things that'll be discussed in your next agenda item.
All right. Thank you.
I have a question. I get that we're in this kind of conceptual design phase right now. At what point would we have more hard costs? I appreciate the estimate that was done, but at what point will we have more hard costs? And there's a reason I'm going to follow that up with another question. But
So what's typical for us is that somewhere around the 60% design phase. This is pretty far into construction drawings that we would have an updated construction cost estimate. Depending on the significance of that, we may ask the design team to give us a cost estimate based on some research that they do and obviously the relationships they have with contractors and doing other projects. Or we might hire a independent estimator like we did with like Richardson and some other large projects where we hire a contracting firm to give us a pretty hard number, where they're not doing a formal bid solicitation, but where they're talking to their subs, they're reviewing those plans, we're paying them to do that work. My suspicion is that would be an appropriate step for this. This is a project of significant enough magnitude that we're probably going to want to do a pretty hard cost estimate at about the 60% design phase that would help inform the budget for finalizing that design, and then also establishing a budget when we get to bidding and construction at some point after that.
method to my madness there is for asking that question is what keeps running through my head is it would be nice to be able to share some of this cost with either we have music promoters who are willing to share some of the costs, or we have someone who wants the naming rights for the main amphitheater who would pay us to be able to have those naming rights for a certain period of time. And there's other ways I think to get outside funding that might offset some of that cost, particularly with something like this. So that's why I'm asking is about what point when we have numbers that would help us be able to solicit for that.
I think what we have now is a good enough starting point. It's obviously very early in the design process. As we've talked about before, I mean, every year you don't build a project, you're probably going to spend 7.5% more. Construction cost escalation in Colorado has been significant over the last 10 years. Hopefully that slows down. But that's impacted a lot of the projects we've constructed in the last few years. So the longer it takes, the more expensive it gets. But, this is a good starting place. This opinion of probable cost is based on, it's not just a guess. It's an educated guess, but it's based on, similar projects, quantities and, the cost to develop irrigation for a certain size piece of property, the cost to develop stormwater for a certain size piece of property, and, all based on other either local or regional projects. So I think this is as good a starting point as anything.
So you think that even now we might be, with the numbers we know now, we might be able to go out and solicit for some of those types of cost sharing arrangements?
I think certainly at a high level. I mean, we're obviously not going to make any commitments yet, nor would anybody else. I think we're still very early in the design phase. Just the reality of how these projects go and the time it takes to go through the public process and rounds of board committee review and board review and changes. And, we've been under design on other town park projects for 3 or 4 years before they get to the construction phase. So I wouldn't expect this to be constructed next year. But, I think these are good high-level conversations that we can start to have with concert promoters or, large businesses that might be interested in sponsoring and those kinds of things, at least to start that conversation.
That would be great. That would be helpful. I mean, I've seen that in other areas where they sell the naming rights for millions, and it would be great to get somebody who would be willing to do that, help us offset some of the costs.
Other questions?
I'm sorry.
No, that was-
I just have one. the future possible performing arts center, is that, I just wanted to make sure I understood that that's going to be used as parking in the interim until that structure would exist.
Correct.
Okay. And then if that, is there any plans or what thoughts from Port Committee on what that performing arts center would be? I'm just curious where that's coming from, or the genesis of that idea.
Yeah, we didn't dive too far into that.
Just a potential opportunity there.
Right.
That really just, yeah, just keeping space for that. Okay. That was my biggest question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions before public comment? Okay, I don't think we had a form. Did we have a form, clerk? We did not. Okay. But if anyone wishes to speak, please raise your hand and I'll go from back. Okay, Butcher, Sarah, or both? I can go from front to back, so you guys go. If you could please state your name for the record. Come to the lectern here in 3 minutes or less. Thank you very much for being here.
My name is Sarah Lincoln, and we want to say that we think that this design is excellent, just in every way. So Wayne Consumpel Brown did a wonderful job of listening and providing an amphitheater that a design that we endorse fully. We also support the port's idea to have some studies done, not necessarily before public comment. The public is exposed to it, but we would like those studies, or we would recommend also that those studies be done as part of the construction drawing preliminary work. For example, view shed. We've asked Farmstead to do single-story homes on the west, and in their view shed study, they realized that trees will also get in the way of the view. So perhaps, as part of our study, we would find that we would want to restrict the height of trees. You can do that. You can have species of trees that only go to 20 feet. And so we might want to think about that in order to preserve these incredible views. Solar study, the farm that is there now, the farmstead has 70 to 90 foot trees that provide shade in part of the amphitheater. So we would want to think about what shade is already there and how the shade sales relate to that. Then security. We've got fire trucks that need to get in there, maybe. EMS. We've got patrol, sheriffs that need to pay attention to what's going on there. So we need to make sure that they like what they see. And then sound. And Butch will talk about that. So I would recommend that we have these studies before we make any changes relative to Farmstead or relative to this plan as it is. I'd also like to ask the town to move on the construction drawings. We have $400,000 in the budget in 2026 to get started on the construction drawings. And we would like to get those started so that Newell Farm Park can stay on the radar screen. It just needs to be able to be in queue so that when we can afford it, we can go ahead and take bids and build it. One final comment is, when we look at view sheds and shade, etc., where the stage is right now facing northwest, maybe it'll change just a little bit in order to help patrons be able to see the views better. We don't know. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Mr. Haas? Thank
My name is Butch Hawes, and I live at Newell Farm Park. So what Sarah addressed on a couple of things, mainly I want to talk about the sound concerns that everyone seems to have. We've all been to huge concerts. We know how noisy it can be. So I've mentioned this in a previous trustee meeting. I mentioned it to the port. I have over 50 years of experience in concert production with the main emphasis on sound reinforcement. I am willing to bring up a sound system that will be very similar, if not virtually identical, to the system that would be used in this finished amphitheater before anything is ever built. We can set it up in the field out there. We can fire it up. We can play music through it. Everybody can walk around the site with sound level meters. If you don't have one, we have a highly professional one. Take sound measurements and hopefully allay your fears as far as sound leakage anywhere outside the amphitheater. Today's sound is incredibly focused. It's amazing how we can focus sound almost to a seat in the amphitheater. It's the technology has come that far. I don't know if any of you have been to the Sphere in Las Vegas. We went there and saw the Eagles. It's amazing what can be done with sound these days. So I would make that offer for me at no cost, because it would be a conflict of interest. But the company that I would use, of course, would need to be compensated slightly for bringing the system up and spending a day up there. So with that in mind, that offer is on the table, and if you'd like to pursue that, please feel free to go ahead. And I guess the only other thing that I would like to mention would be we talked to the port about, what was I going to say? Boy. Okay. Tonight is a special night for me. Today's been a special day for two reasons. One, it's my birthday. It's a birthday I wasn't sure I was going to have. And two, we put tickets on sale today for our 24th annual farm concert. They sold out. 500 tickets sold out in 7 minutes. So just so you know, there is interest in the community for an amphitheater, and it can be filled up 4 to 6 times a summer very easily. The last thing, we asked the port at the last meeting if there's any possibility that we could get a sign out there that says future home of Newell Farm Park. I see the sign at Richardson when I go down Berthoud Parkway there, and it's very nice. It would be nice if we had one, and it would also be very nice if it was in place before the farm concert on August 30th, so that 500 ravenous concert goers will see it when they pull in the parking lot. It would be great for goodwill and be great to help advertise what's coming down the road. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Both. Anyone else next? Okay, thank you very much. I'll close public comment then. Bring it back to the board. Any feel like starting it off? Any final questions?
I think that you've answered most of my
Okay.
our questions. And I
Generally supportive of going out ahead for a survey. Any hesitation regarding that?
let me ask, does the survey then happen at simultaneous to when we approve the conceptual design? The survey then, does that happen simultaneous to the beginning of the preliminary construction drawings, or does one have to happen and be finished first?
I would suggest that we do the survey first.
Okay, so the survey would have to be done, completed, before we start any of that work.
I think that's important. That way you have that public feedback, and if there's any modifications to the concept or layout, amenities, I don't know. Who knows what the public will come up with? It's always fascinating to get feedback, and there's a lot of great ideas that come up. So you'll want to have those and make a decision about those before we start construction drawings.
I was going to mention the timeline too, as it seems to me that we would need the community engagement piece first, so that if there are any major glaring alterations, that would kind of change any construction drawings. So community engagement, but while that's taking place, we can begin some of those studies. I think just those site studies to really inform the construction drawing process. And then once the community engagement piece comes back, port re-reviews, we review, then we'd be ready for the construction drawing step, since we have already budgeted for that. And then I'm just curious how that's all gonna roll out with timeline with some of our other projects. I think that's where I think things are getting, to me, a little muddy, is how staff is gonna process Arboretum, and we're construction drawing process for Richardson and this too. So just making sure that each of these is getting the attention they deserve and it's funded in its according way, but we're, not taking away from staff's ability to perform well on one project at a time, if that makes any sense. It's the only thing that's kind of glaring for me with the timeline, is making sure we're not trying to load this so that one gets the money and one doesn't, but that everything's being funded appropriately, and the timeline makes sense with how these things have been presented to us too. Do you have any more comments, Karen, before I jump in and share more of my ideas on the plan?
No, I just wanted to understand what you were just saying about timeline. You said,
I think you're kind of worried about maybe overwhelming. Is that what you're talking about? Or
Yeah.
how it's lined up? Okay.
Yeah.
If you wanted to do the solar and shade analysis and view shed analysis now, you're saying that kind of ultimately makes a good idea. We're going to need to do it, but you're just worried about throwing the survey and those on all those analyses.
I don't want to rush us to the construction drawing phase when we need to maybe pay attention to this development time period, where we're really doing those surveys well, we're doing the community engagement well. That way, I just feel like there's an amazing driving force, which I'm so behind the driving force of getting this moving forward. I just don't want us to be so concerned about moving it forward that we're cutting into staff so heavily with the amount of projects that are on their docket. Does that make sense? A little bit, Karen? Like 3 construction projects underway for massive park projects all in 1 year seems a little insane to me. I'm just making sure we're staggering that in a way that's healthy and giving fair attention to each of these.
yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, I think that it is a very legitimate concern. We want to make sure that we are not overwhelming staff and then just maybe not doing things as well as we could.
Right.
No, I get it. Makes sense.
Do you have further ideas?
I just wanted to touch on a couple things. I appreciate the design. I appreciated Butch and Sarah's approval of a lot of the design elements and their input. They know this site, they know the plan, the project, they know the heart behind this. I think staff and the design team have done a great job of implementing some of those concerns and addressing them. The pedestrian golf cart access is important. Being within CDOT constraints and the traffic study is important. I wanted to mention there was a slide that said precedent images. There were some really neat ideas and designs in there. And just one thing that I always think of with our projects is we're really good at incorporating, children and different demographics to a lot of our projects, but I sometimes feel like we miss some demographics, like, kind of older generations that are looking for peaceful leisure, or, someone's going out on a date and having a romantic place together where there's not children, going crazy. Like, just remembering some of those precedent images had some really great connection places and pedestrian gathering where it'd be nice for multiple generations, not just kids. And I think I don't want to lose that if we, keep going down the road with this. And then just, emphasis on the community engagement, really getting their buy-in input, having a public meeting where they come and ask questions of staff would be really wonderful. Karen hit on Trustee Anderson said a great point about getting some buy-in from, investors. I think if we have different funding mechanisms for each of our projects, it might show the community that these really are possible. If this project is mainly community sponsorship driven, and we could show that, their sponsorships for the stage and for the park and for different elements of this, not only are they going to have more buy-in because we have investors who are putting, into this project, but we're going to show that there's a different funding mechanism, so it's not necessarily taking away from other projects. It can happen simultaneously. So I do think, and I don't think we've tapped into more sponsorship opportunities as a town enough, and this might be a great launch pad for that. So I would just echo that, and I think I'll just leave it at that.
Any other good points you might have? How do you feel?
Again, it's just a lot to, still consider. But I think, we're on the right track, and I think getting that survey done and getting some design elements, project elements started, be a good direction.
Okay. I agree with all you. I think it's important. It does have kind of a sticker shock to it initially here, but it's been brought up for a while and in the community. Obviously, this was kind of what it was purchased for, the intent of the property. And it seems like a 3-week survey would be a logical next step. If trustees are worried about, overwhelming staff with all these studies at once, we could just, 3 weeks isn't that long of a time. And then we can kind of stagger those studies as needed. But I'm supportive of sending it out to the public. And so I guess the other two, are we okay with delaying the other analyses, or does anyone feel like they need to be done concurrently?
Can you clarify on what?
The solar and shade analysis and the view shed analysis.
Are you saying those are the ones we should be moving forward?
No, I was just thinking. I just think we could do the survey now, but I think staff's other. So it says, however, the board may direct staff to complete these studies earlier in the process, the solar and shade analysis or the view shed analysis.
Yes, because typically there's more on the site you would figure out, like, with the design. So you'd have to figure out stormwater, and there's other moving parts in there.
Yeah.
Like if we don't know exactly that's where that amphitheater would sit, right? So that's typically when you would start doing this
After
ownership.
with a little more details. Yeah.
Right. Correct. But there's the other studies before that with like the economic feasibility, sound, operations and safety, and traffic impact. That could be done a little earlier.
It could be done earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, the other ones can.
Do you think
Correct.
it makes more sense to engage the community in case there's any major concerns or feedback that we didn't expect before we start the survey process?
Based on the solar and view shed, or based on?
Well, the ones that you said you could do earlier, like the economic feasibility study, that would typically be done later, but could be done earlier, like right now. You're saying. Is that correct?
I believe so. We can look, because that's when we start trying to figure out the revenue it generate, how many shows we'd look into doing a year. That's gonna influence what we tell CDOT. We're gonna use the property as well, possibly. It gets deeper once you start getting into the programming, because then you start learning how other communities are setting sound restrictions and show restrictions, and you start learning how the other towns are kind of doing this with their amphitheaters. So that's something we're not diving too deep into in this process, but
I'm fine. So. It's my recommendation. I'm fine delaying that too until after the survey comes back. But it would be nice to show the public we're doing a feasibility study. Seeing how, which we will be doing anyways. So.
And one bit of good news that I think might be of value. It's not going to happen overnight, but as you know, you approved the contract for the Engage Berthoud software that Stephanie and our community outreach department will be overseeing. And one of the things that's going to allow us to do is to put comprehensive timelines up on that website. Here's when this happened. Here's when this happened. Here's when this happened. Here's the things you should expect to happen moving forward, and in kind of reasonable order. There will be pictures, there will be studies, there will be surveys, all of that information. A lot of the things that we would typically do in a project is all going to get consolidated into one place for the public. And I think that people will be able to see the evolution of the design. We'll be able to post on that project page. We'll be able to post the results of the study. We'll be able to have feedback and communication throughout the course of the project. When we post the summary of the noise study, for instance, or the economic feasibility analysis, and hey, this is how many concerts we think we can reasonably support here, and here's what that looks like financially for the town long term. All of that information is going to get captured into Engage Berthoud, and this is the first project we intend to upload because it's the most current. And so as we start to build out that system, this will most likely take precedence and priority. So a lot of the community feedback, a lot of the surveys, all that information about the studies and how those may or may not impact designs, all that's going to get captured in that on the project page on Engage Berthoud. And I think it'll be really helpful to address a lot of the concerns that you guys are articulating. Cool.
How soon do you think that would be live?
Oh, I shouldn't commit Stephanie without her being here, but I think she has a kickoff call tomorrow, I think, with that team. We're going to start on putting together the backbone of that website, the pictures and the logos and the structure, and she's going to start building out this first project right away. So it'll, it's not months away, but it's not 2 weeks away either, so somewhere in between.
That's exciting.
Well, at the same time we do that, I mean, so if we move to ask you to go forward with the community engagement survey, you also want us to be able to say we agree with this conceptual design, right?
That's really the most important piece. Are you okay with the conceptual design as outlined, the preferred concept that was in your packet and proposed tonight?
And then I would probably propose that the third thing is that we direct staff to begin the process of trying to find out if there are investors or people that want naming rights or and that kind of thing, to kind of put that as in play or initiate that process.
Okay, let's add that. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. So right now it would be pursue the survey. We're holding off on the other things until that survey is done, but we would be pursuing a kind of a branding or a sponsorship opportunities. Any additional next steps? So I think.
Would you want us also to say that we are comfortable with this design?
Yes. Unless there's some significant changes that you think should be made to this preferred concept that you guys agree on. Otherwise, yeah, we'd just like you to kind of give us your nod and direction that this preferred concept represents the vision that you also see for the site.
Okay. So we're okay with it, the board to direct staff that this is our preferred concept. All right with that. Okay. To go ahead with the survey and also begin pursuing, just a list or strategy or some kind of idea on sponsorships. Any sponsorships? Does that work for the direction?
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Okay. Do you need that in a motion or is that good for you?
I would love for somebody to make a
let's
motion.
do that in a motion.
Good, yeah.
So moved.
Okay. So there's a
As
motion.
articulated by Mayor Karsbeck.
Christian gets to write the motion.
Okay. Well, it's to pursue the preferred
Community survey.
Preferred concept.
Yeah, sorry.
Continue with the survey and then pursue a sponsorship kind of strategy or options.
Yep.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Anderson's moved. Mayor Pro Tem has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you for all your work on this. Both of you.
Well said, Mayor Karsbeck.
Thank you for the public for staying out here. We have one more tonight. Let's bring Trustee Grace back.
She's probably taking a nap.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break here while we're at it. And who's going to grab keys?
And I do.
She's in the executive session.
We have food back there.
we'll bring it back, meeting back to order, and we'll move on to our final agenda item tonight, and that is the Jaskowski property update. And this will also be presented by our Public Works Operational Manager, Keith Knoll.
Yeah. Thank you. This item is the update on the Jaskowski property and the proposed next steps for the project. The Jaskowski property, if you're not familiar with it, it's located on the northwest corner of Berthoud, just north of Lone Tree Reservoir. It's about an 80-acre property. The town acquired the property from Eileen Jaskowski in 2012. It is protected by a pretty restrictive conservation easement that allows limited passive uses on the property. The project entered into the conceptual design phase in 2024. We also worked on that with Tyler and Wink Associates as well. Because of the conservation easement, one of the primary goals was to determine what recreational uses could be accommodated while remaining consistent with the easement on the property. We always understood we could probably open it for open space with some trail use, but the goal was to try to possibly do more out there. The conceptual design was reviewed and approved by Colorado Open Lands at the end of 2025. Because the site, the construction on the site is pretty limited. It's a parking lot and some trails right now. Staff was able to create some construction documents in-house and get it ready for public bid if the board would like us to learn estimated costs on the project. So if you weren't a part of the conceptual design process, you can see how the concept evolved. These are through discussions with the Port Committee, and Colorado Open Lands has to approve pretty much every step of the way. A lot of questions we have with the property. The continued focus that the Port Committee stayed on was trails, agriculture, retriever dog training, and a potential disc golf course as well. So in your board packet, we kind of outlined the proposed next step. Staff is requesting directions to finalize construction documents and prepare the project for public bidding. Before completing plans, we would like to work with a local disc golf club to refine the conceptual disc course layout. Basically, we've got a conceptual course laid out, but we'd actually like to have some folks play the course, play like a conceptual course, so we can actually mark those down, and then that would dictate how the trails move throughout the property as well. So this kind of shows the first phase where the property will be open for just trail usage. The property then we could talk about, after we get over trail usage, allowing dogs out there, possibly to use the ponds. And then the second phase would be the disc golf phase. Staff recommends initially opening the property for public trail use. After the site has been operating, we would return to the board possibly with recommendations regarding allowing dog training and a potential disc golf course. We believe opening with a single public use will allow staff to better understand the operations and take care of the easement sensitive property before expanding recreational opportunities. So like I said, Colorado Open Lands keeps a close eye on this property. And if you go back to when the easement was created in the early 2000s, there's images that they have, precedent images, and that's basically what they compare the property to. So if we disrupt a ton of grass and things out here, they're going to look back at those old pictures and go, there used to be a lot of grass here. We need to shut down the property. We need to rehab this grass. So things like that will happen. We know opening up for possibly 3 uses at once will likely overload the parking we have with a bunch of people getting in there. We'd like some more time to understand the property, be on the property more, manage it, at a higher level than we do right now because it's not open to the public. And because there's the ponds on site, it's kind of a unique pond system that starts on the south, and the ponds, they fill from the south and then they flow to the north. We're kind of in a drought type year right now. So when we were out on the property a couple weeks ago, the ponds were low. So it's just one of those things. The ponds seem to fluctuate when how Lone Tree Reservoir is doing. I think Lone Tree is doing pretty good right now. But the ponds, they get low. So we got to figure out, we got to learn the ponds. We got to learn how to manage the algae in the ponds and things like that. So that would take a little extra time of us out there. So that's really the presentation. We're seeking your board feedback on the proposed project direction and requests authorization to finalize the CDs and advertise the project for a public bid so we can establish some construction costs for the project. So,
Thank you.
Yep.
Questions? Any questions? You have Tim?
I am just curious, just looking at the maps, I'm not sure how the different areas are interfacing. Like, is there a certain side of this that's for public, some that's for the dog training, and then if I'm understanding, the disc golf is in that top, that northwest corner. Well, then never mind. It's in the. I'm kind of confused about
I'll help you out.
Where.
Yeah.
Can you help me?
So
how it's interfacing.
All the black lines in there, we would propose as being trail usage. One of those black lines over on the west side, there's kind of that, I guess it's an orangish color. What I didn't highlight very well is it's still going to be an agricultural field. And we would hopefully work with the farmer to pretty much cut the entire site because it is a hay crop in there. And they would keep track of the grass in the whole site. So there'd be some unique programming where we shut the site down so the farmer can cut it, bale the hay type things might happen as well. So agricultural field on the west, the field on the east is what's conceptually being shown as a disc golf course in phase 2. And then the dog usage on the property, I think they're mainly interested in utilizing the ponds along the property. But we have some conceptual ideas of how we open that up for dog use. It could just be it's open for off-leash dog use, and that's how the dog use happens out there. We might see reservations and stuff to reserve the entire park, so dog clubs can use the park and utilize the ponds as it used to be historically. So I don't know if does that help.
No, very helpful.
Yeah,
so
okay.
Maybe even some opportunities for renting or leasing, or maybe staggering the use of it when it's open to the public, when it's used for the dog training or disc golf may not always be at the same time. Is that kind of
That could happen, yeah. And we haven't got there yet. It's easier to think about it as just getting it open for the trail use right now, and trying to determine how to do that at a later date.
Sure.
Okay.
That was one of the questions I had too, is
Mm-hmm.
how do you keep the people on the trails away from the dogs? But if you're going to restrict the usage times of it, that might answer the question.
These are some key, unique amenities to try to match together. So, like we proposed, there could be some days the park is just dog usage. That's a very unique thing, right? Is that going to work with the public? So it's probably going to be easier just to allow it to happen and kind of figure it out as we go, because there might not be any issues with it.
It's something new. I see what you're saying.
I think
How do we prevent that?
the way we've kind of talked about it internally is that this is a park that allows retriever training or dog training. It's not a dog training park. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And so, how do we do that? In the short term, that could be as simple as like, hey, this is an off-leash area, and that everyone knows coming in that this is an off-leash dog area, that you're responsible for your dog. There may be some conflicts from time to time, but that happens in public facilities, right? I mean, that happens in Town Park right now.
And then that particular club might have the opportunity to rent it
But
out.
that there could also be park rentals, just like we deal with all of our other parks. They could rent and reserve a portion of the park or the entire park, for a period of time to host an event or host a specific activity. So, I mean, that would be no different than any other park we own in town. And so I think it's important that we think about it as a park that has some unique amenities that would be conducive to, and where we would allow, off-leash dog training or retriever training. But that we look at it in that context.
So would the trails be reserved for humans, foot traffic and bike traffic, or would the dogs be using the trails too?
I think we would expect the dogs would be out on the trails as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's no different than anywhere else in town.
No, I understand. I just wondered if we were segregating areas.
I think that's what we're saying, is that there might be some areas that are developed specifically that might be conducive to specific uses, right? Like the disc golf area is going to be designed to allow for disc golf, but that's not going to prohibit somebody from walking through that area. We're not going to manage it like a golf course with, reserved tee times. So, in those kinds of public access facilities, people kind of naturally work their way around the facility, and they stay out of each other's way. And for the most part, people are pretty respectful. In our other parks, I would assume the same would be true here. And from time to time, there will be conflicts. But we would expect that, again, there are portions of the park that are being designed to accommodate or facilitate certain uses, but that they're not reserved specifically for that.
So really, then the trails within there would be for people, animals, people on bikes, people walking, whatever. Okay. I was trying to figure that out. I was thinking, in reading the materials, I couldn't decide, are we trying to say that some of it's segregated for just this and some of it's just for that? Okay, I get it.
I think in normal operation, it would not be segregated into different uses, but if a disc golf club wanted to have a disc golf meetup, an event, they could kind of reserve the disc golf area, just like you could reserve a portion of town park for a birthday party or something. And so, it might be a bigger space, but, there would be the opportunity to reserve areas in the park for special events, for specific activities, for training, for meetups, all that kind of stuff like we would in a normal park.
Are there costs associated with phase one?
You say costs?
Yeah, are there any specific costs associated with phase one?
Yes. So the main thing is getting a parking lot established next to the arena at the site, plus some fencing in of the current structures that are on site. There's a house and a couple garages. So
fencing.
Yep. Parking lot, fencing, a couple security lights, concrete pads for ADA parking, and portable restroom to be set.
Are those costs that are in our 2026 budget, or will that be in next year's budget?
This would be, you'd either have to appropriate it for this budget or for next year's budget. So they're not in this budget
currently. It is not currently appropriated in this year's budget, but you can make that choice during the mid-year process. You can actually choose to appropriate any time during the year via resolution. We try to just do one a year, but if we were prepared to do that sooner and the money was available, this will likely line up well with our mid-year budget adjustment, but you could always make that adjustment anytime.
So that would come from reserve?
It would.
From the parks budget?
Yes, it would.
And then the trail costs as well. And we would put in some costs for the disc golf amenities. We do have approval from Colorado Open Lands to do the concrete pads for the tees, which is kind of the preference. So there'd be some concrete pads and things like that.
So what would do we have a cost estimate for phase one yet, or no?
No, we haven't finalized the total trail lengths and things like that.
Okay.
At this time, no.
Then, so what's your timing here for phase one and phase two? You had your preferred timing. What would that be?
Oh, if we get the CDs ready and put it out for possibly a public bid in September, we'd have more information for the board probably October-ish, I would say. And then based on that, it's a pretty easy project to construct, and depending on the winter, it could be something ready to go by May of next year. I see that as an option.
Phase one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly earlier. I'm putting some room in there.
2 would be the disc golf course.
2 would be disc golf. Mm-hmm.
1 would be, kind of opening it up to everyone. Well,
pretty much just trail usage. Yeah.
But then, so where do the retrievers fit in, or people that want to use dogs potentially for training?
Mm-hmm.
Could that be, that's phase 2 now?
It's kind of like a.
Excuse me, it says phase 1. It says late phase 1 here on the.
Right. We don't want to. Like I said, just understanding the ponds and understanding. It is kind of use at your own risk, but we also, if we understand there's a hazard there, it's something we need to understand a little better. If it's everywhere with ponds and blue-green algae and that being toxic to dogs. So just making sure we understand that a little bit before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to clarify what part that was phase 1.
Yeah.
Phase 2 costs would be in next year's budget then, depending on what you find out from exploring the golf situation.
I think the board would get to make that choice where they want to put that for the phase 2 costs with the disc golf and everything like that.
Because you wouldn't be working on that until next year, correct? On the disc golf and.
Correct.
So most likely come out of next year's budget.
Mm-hmm.
The benefit of disc golf is it's relatively inexpensive. I mean, the baskets aren't really expensive. The trail development will be the more expensive part of it, probably.
So, let me ask you a couple other questions. I just have a few more. Will the walking trails feature any information about natural things, like will we have native plantings there, or maybe a little plaque that would say, "This is native. This plant, blah blah blah, is native to." Anything like that? Will we do anything like that? Since a lot of this seems like it's going to be natural area, but.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's definitely something we can add in there. It's we don't have anything conceptually drawn out for it yet, but we can definitely add some informational signage
For children, for children even to do kind of an educational.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I'm looking through my questions to see if you've answered them all. So do we have any idea of what, obviously once we complete phase 1 and 2, we would still have some maintenance costs. And have we done any estimates what that would cost from a maintenance standpoint?
It wouldn't be, we haven't put down hard costs or anything yet. But being an open space, monitored similar to the Berthoud Reservoir and Hillsdale, those have maintenance costs around $10,000 a year, I think is what we budget to manage those. Because and with this site being at mostly hay, for our staff, it's a little trail upkeep a year, grading parking lots, grading trail materials, doing some cutting.
Monthly maintenance on emptying the garbage and.
Yes. Yeah.
So I kind of figure it would be fairly minimal.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then having a farmer mow it and give us, we'll generate a little ag revenue from that, giving us a portion of the crop that comes off there. Yeah.
Okay. Other questions before we open it up?
One question with the structures, what's going to happen with the apartment? Is that going to be torn down to convert for future bathrooms?
We don't have anything shown for it right now. It'd be up to. I think we're kind of relying on the board if they've pushed to do anything with the structures.
Okay.
It is attached to the arena, and the arena is a very nice structure for us right now that we utilize. So, right now, we're kind of fencing that area off.
Yeah, I see, Trustee Grace, you're looking at the recommended final, what do we do with each building. But we're kind of right for now, we're just going to fence them off and look at the
and hang on to
parkland.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Okay.
We currently use those buildings for some operational activities, and so our staff can continue to use those both to store equipment and to do some other work out there. And that's probably a good thing because we'll have, staff traffic out there on a regular basis, irrespective of just regular monitoring of the facility.
Other questions? All right, this time I'll open it up to the public. If anyone's wishing to speak, I don't think we have a sign-up list. You just raise your hand and. Okay, sir. Yes, in the front, and then we'll go from front to back. And if you could state your name and address at the lectern here, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And thank you for being here.
No problem. I'm Dave Help, live over in Windsor, Colorado. Member of the Platte Valley Hunt Retriever Club. We've been working on trying to get this property for a little over a year now. Our club's going to have our 40th anniversary coming up this year, so we've been around a long time. And we just kind of know that, one thing when she did donate the property or whatever to the city, that one stipulation was that she wanted to see it used as a dog training facility. And, as a club, we'd like to honor that. We've talked about, maintenance on the ponds. We check all our ponds for blue, green algae and all that, and I guess our hopes, we were hoping to get it this spring. We kind of had a few hopes, I guess, or thoughts from people, that we might be able to come in and start using it. And, basically we just really like to be able to honor her wishes and start using that property what she donated it for. And, you know, as far as restrooms, you know, for now we furnished, you know, we've told them we'd furnish all the restrooms, take care of the ponds, whatever we need to do. You know, we're a club with about 120 members. There's probably 30, 40 of us that are real active. You know, if it's a gate deal, we've talked to them about that, you know, being able to have it locked for now and be able to get in there. We'd love to use it as soon as we could. So, but we got a couple other guys here that sure like to talk a few questions too, so I'll let them speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you for coming. And any questions we'll address after all the public comment is closed.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Pro Temp, my name's Wes Dillon. I'm with the Platte Valley Hunting Retriever Club. This is going to be our 40th anniversary, and we are having our fall hunt test at Stillroven, which is right on the Berthoud-Meade border, Stillroven Hunt Club. I'd like to propose a variance and make a reservation for August 22nd, which is a Saturday, for the use of the property for a dog training warm-up before the 29th of August is our formal hunt test. That would allow anyone from the board of trustees, Keith, your staff, to come out and kind of see what we do in action for one day. That would be a reservation for a Saturday from, say, 7 o'clock in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You would see our operation in action as it was intended to be. And if we could make that reservation, I'm all ears on how to do that, but I'd ask for a variance from the standard operating procedure, as it's not open to the public, right? So we're excited to work with you on this. Our friends here at Larimer County, I guess, have used that facility for canine training as well, and we would welcome that. I mean, to utilize that ground for what it was intended. Canines of all walks would be welcome. And the reservation system, I think, is probably going to be in everybody's best interest, or have specific days and or times for the various unique applications. We're good with that. You know, we're here to share that opportunity with everybody else. So we're excited to get going, and we'll help in any way we possibly can. So appreciate your time. Let's get it rolling, Keith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. Is there anyone else? Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for staying tonight and speaking. I'll bring it back to the board. And Keith, Mayor Pro Tem?
I know this is out of order, but I don't usually have access to that group. Could I ask them a specific question about their needs as far as timing on when the preferred use would be, how often, how long, just to get an idea on direction to give staff, because I feel like I have an idea of what I would direct staff with, kind of along the lines
I think that's totally appropriate. We haven't mentioned in here in their specific clubs, so I think that's appropriate to ask more information.
If it's okay, could I ask a question from your group? Would you mind coming up to the podium? I would really like clarification on the frequency or timing of the training. If you were to make a request specifically, how often, how do you feel about interfacing with other dog groups, especially? That seems treacherous to me. But mostly about frequency, timing, what would be ideal for your group?
So, you know, we'd like to say if we could get it a couple days a week, you know, just for dog training. The water is a big thing for us. You know, water's hard to find. So, you know, a couple days a week for training would be great. You know, if we get more, it would be better, but we're willing to share it with everybody else. Our dogs are all, you know, they are off leash. And I'm not going to say they're all perfect, but 95% of them are great, you know, like any other dogs. So yeah, training wise, you know, if we could get it a couple days a week to use the water, you know, our club has all the insurance and everything we need, you know, liabilities and all that stuff. So that, you know, that would be good for you guys, I guess, you know, or the town. And, working with other people and other dogs, we encourage that. You know, if people are coming around watching us work our dogs and seeing how they, hand signals, the way their obedience is and everything. We encourage them to come and watch, and we'd love to get other people to come in and get their dogs trained just as well as ours.
That was wonderfully helpful. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Any last questions for Manager Newell? All right, let's go off on any thoughts?
Yeah, initial thoughts. I think well, this kind of ties into just from the CML conference we went to about getting creative with how we bring in the community, how we bring in other types of funding for projects. I think partnership with the club and assistance with providing. I think you said bathrooms and also helping with the ponds. I think that's a great opportunity to partner with the club to help, also help the town and help keep it maintained. Also, I am curious to know is their ask about using it on August 27th as a private event? Is that something? Can we make that happen?
Administrator Kirk, I mean, is it largely?
I think that's up to you guys.
Yep. Is it 27th?
22nd.
22nd.
Oh, 22nd, sorry.
Okay, that's it. Okay.
22nd.
Well, we can break these up here. One is for Trustee Grace. You're talking about a potential partnership with them or some kind of formal MOU or agreement, and then the other part is having kind of a one-off exception for the Platteville, for the club to be able to kind of host a pre-meeting just to see how things would, like a pilot program, I guess.
Yeah, and it would be great. I'd love to also go out there and observe. It's not something I've been able to watch before, so very interested in how that works.
Any thoughts on either of these from other trustees?
I definitely love the idea of having them out on their 40th anniversary. And, they could sign liability waivers since the park isn't, it's not a really created space yet where we know what the safety hazards are. So if they're willing to kind of go assume their own risk and go out there, it'd be great as a board to be out there too and see this activity in process and have them, enjoy that space. I mean, it's paying honor to the original donor to make this happen and allow these things. It's a really special opportunity to honor that. So I think I'm fine with them being out there if they're assuming their own risk, and if it'd be great if it's an organized event that's kind of orderly and we can be spectators, that would be even better. And especially for staff and port to be out there to kind of see how everything works. What was the other item?
Well, there's several. The other one brought up by Trustee Grace, though, would be having them kind of entering into a partnership with us or some kind of further sponsorship opportunities.
I think that's a beautiful idea.
Yeah.
And I think, I don't know if it makes it more simple for staff, if it's more of just a long-term, lease, essentially, or financial agreement where they're just paying to use the space instead of a specific structural need. So I'm willing to entertain whatever's, most manageable for staff, but having them, if there was a, kind of paid partnership where they're, reserving the space for at least 2 days a week. And if, staff working with this group to say if that reservation is there's still public access, but there's maybe a sign out that says retriever, training in progress, be, mindful of that taking place, then maybe there can be both things. If it were up to me, we wouldn't have an off leash for the wide public happening at this park because you're gonna groups playing disc golf, perhaps children, dogs off leash and training. There's too many risks. I'm imagining with the public being involved in all that. So if it were up to me, we'd have, at least 2 designated days for the retriever training, where they could have use of the space and the public gets used to not having it available for that amount of time. They know that it's, off limits for Mondays and Tuesdays or
kind of like
Sundays and
Wagner
Mondays.
Farm Park, where we know that soccer happens during the
Right.
summertime, and those fields are just not available
That's true.
because soccer happens.
There's
And same with Town Park and the Berthoud Market. We know that Saturday mornings, a huge chunk of that section's reserved.
My only pushback, I'd love to leave opportunity down the road for frisbee golf and just people just strolling. So I kind of only shy away from it looking into agreements right now before we know the full uses that could be used there. I agree that these guys definitely have a large part of this park. As like you said, that's what Jaskowski intended. I think it's great to have in our community. But there might be a lot of use for frisbee golf on other days and stuff. And it
Well,
is
I
a
think
town-owned
could
park.
both happen simultaneously. Like they're reserving at least those 2 days.
Yeah.
All the other days could be disc golf.
Sure, yeah.
I think
and public use.
I think that's a setup that can be. I know we like closed the public comment portion, but can I ask the club if they've made an arrangement like that before and how that arrangement looks, providing bathrooms and pond maintenance? Like, have you?
Anyone like to answer that?
Yeah, have you guys done that
You can
before?
come to
Do
the
you have
front.
a recommendation
You can come
of
to the front.
Yeah,
what?
we have two.
If you could come to the front for the
Oh,
mic.
it's for the microphone.
My name's Joe Sochek and from Loveland, Colorado, part of Platte Valley. So we have 3 different training facilities that we use now that we lease from the landowners, and only one of them has water on it, and that one we do maintain, and we don't necessarily have to do any maintenance to it, but we do testing to it because of blue-green algae. Blue-green algae is it's deadly to dogs, but it only happens in stagnant water in late summer after the water temperatures have risen to a specific amount. It's fairly condensed into a small amount of time that it happens, but it does happen in Colorado. So we do testing on the water prior to using it, and then we would not obviously use it if we suspected or tested positive in any area of the pond, because you can have it in one section and not in another, but we wouldn't mess with it if we did. But it would be times from probably mid-August to mid-September that's when they have the problem with blue-green algae. Other than that, it's not an issue. I do believe that the ponds on the Jaskowski property has enough flow to it that it may not even ever be a problem. Not sure, but.
And if we did this August 22nd kind of pilot, I understand this isn't the full your guys' full end of year summit or culmination of things, but it'd be kind of a pilot. Would you feel you do all the testing for that?
Sure.
Kind of one-off thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
All the liability on all that.
Yes. Yep. No problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Would we need a formal agreement in order to do that event? I'm asking.
Yeah, we will. We'll have to put together we'll have to document, and there'll be liability waivers and rental forms and things like that.
Yep.
Other questions while we have them? Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
So,
Okay.
well, it sounds like we're supportive of the August 22nd event. I mean, we can go into further details but staff
Yeah.
sounds like we could talk about that for days, but it sounds like staff would need to enter in some kind of MOU with the club, vice versa. Partnerships, sounds like we're supportive, but maybe, is that something you guys want to talk about tonight? I don't know if seems like a little more detail down the road. Right now, we're looking for is the phase 1 okay to do, kind of opening it up to trails, and then we're evaluating disc golf in phase 2. And as far as phase 1 late after kind of this pilot, we're looking into how to more completely onboard a retriever club.
Or just dog
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 training.
usage
Yeah,
in
that's
general.
what I'm
Dog
saying.
usage, yeah.
Not a retriever club, dog training.
Yeah.
Are we generally supportive of that? Anyone have any thoughts on this?
I'm supportive of that.
Yeah, supportive of it.
I'm supportive of phase 1, but I am still worried about a large amount of public having off-leash dogs in a park. I feel a little concerned about. There's issues with that, and on a normal day in a normal place. So, if there's people from the public that are coming to this area and they're maybe not expecting that, an incident could occur.
Sure.
And so that's where if it were up to me, I would segregate the training, the dog training, like the sheriff's office, retriever club, any kind of certified insurance covered group to be able to reserve the park and use it for their ability on a regular basis. I wouldn't necessarily advertise it as dog training, dog off leash in general, but that's mostly me just thinking like a mom that would, be concerned about taking my kids there or even myself. I've had bad interactions with dogs too.
It's a very fair call out.
Yeah, and I would agree with you there. That worried me a little bit too about having children who may be on that trail and having dogs that are off leash, there. I think I do like the idea of segregating when they can be there. I think that's probably a more safer approach.
As a dog owner would be fair.
And just to be, we allowed off leash in almost all the parks in town.
Okay, where are other off-leash
So-
parks?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought,
Pretty
I
much
thought
all
it
of them.
was. I thought our ordinance was that they had to be.
No.
Unless
You
it's
can
like
play.
a
You can play
contained-
fetch with them.
Yeah, we can fetch.
So
play.
they're off. They're off leash.
Where's
Yeah,
that?
we're one of the only towns in
Oh.
We do that in most
in the area that
So most
allows it.
parks are off-leash is allowed?
This is
Town-owned
news to me.
parks.
And it's
Town-owned parks.
That's something that's not true like on the sidewalk, right? Like you just want
Right. But
in
in a-
town-owned parks, we have an ordinance that allows you to have your dog off leash in almost all of our parks.
It's
Yeah,
got
it's-
restrictions, verbal command, for fetch play, stuff like that.
Yeah,
so-
but I mean, those are things we can't monitor. So if you violate that
Yeah.
and your dog creates an issue, then you might get cited in municipal court, or suffer civil penalties if there's an issue significant enough. Usually that results in lawsuits. But we are fortunate we haven't had a lot of those issues. I do get complaints from time to time from folks who are upset that their dog's off leash. For the most part, it's been pretty
today I learned.
tame.
I was gonna say, as a dog owner, it might be actually really attractive. Like Fort Collins has a water-based dog park, and it's a huge hit. And there's no, so I think
I actually think
the
there might-
attraction for the dogs might actually be the water, not anything else.
I don't know. I have an idea that I want to talk to Keith about. Probably don't want to brainstorm the meeting, but there might be a solution to a couple of different problems out there that just occurred to me. So
Shot callers.
I mean, I'm in favor of an off-leash park. I mean, having a dog that loves to run off leash, and he's certainly he's never been a hazard. So yes, certain dogs can create hazards. So I think it's really up to the owner to regulate that behavior and make that judgment. But again, it can be a civil action. I guess if there's a problem.
that ordinance was adopted, I think, in 2018. Mayor Karsbeck may remember, but that was early in my time here. I remember that being an interesting conversation.
Remember specifically fetch play listed. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe too, another way to accommodate, right, to meet in the middle is maybe also we bolster the communication. We have, well posted signs. Again, we can reach 80% of the population on that, if you will, but knowing that the rest of our parks are, today I learned, off leash, restricting this one, I guess it wouldn't make sense. But I think communicating properly and making sure that people have the most information that they can possibly get when they're coming to the park, then they can make the decision of whether or not they want to bring their dog to that park if maybe their dog has more behavioral challenges.
Great. Other things staff needs? We haven't even discussed the site name. You guys need that tonight? Jaskowski open pit space? You guys want that discussed?
If you would like, I mean, it's if you think this is an okay name, or you want us to go to the port committee and ask them for a group of names to work through.
My initial thought is it came under conservation easement. Maybe we honor the name, but I guess we could come. There's nothing in the conservation easement that says, like Administrator Kirk, that it has to be carry any name.
Not that I recall. No.
Not that I recall.
I think you have the right to name it whatever you want, but it's not unreasonable. While there are properties in town like Richardson, we called it Richardson for a long time because that's who we bought it from. But the town paid for that property. We felt like as staff there was no need to honor somebody who got paid full market value. However, in this case, Ms. Jaskowski did donate the property similar to the Wagner farm. That's why we've kept the name.
Definitely like keeping the name of Jaskowski.
Since they did that, they were magnanimous here.
Yeah.
We should at least honor that.
It follows with other parks, town parks.
Perhaps we could use her initials so some of us can pronounce it correctly.
Yeah.
I do.
The signs for the park will all be phonetically spelled.
That's part of the fun. You just get to try to figure
That's
it out.
true.
Okay, so we're comfortable for now. We're just keeping it Jaskowski open space. Is there anything else, staff? You guys need from us?
No, I will say everything that you guys have kind of recommended, the August 22nd, the kind of just completing the CDs right now, all this goes to Colorado Open Lands to also approve and confirm we're doing it appropriately. So that's what kind of creates some delay in some of these things, because sometimes they're a month to get back to us and sometimes it's 2 weeks, sometimes it's 2 months. So all that will go to them as well to also look into. But yeah.
No guarantees on the 22nd. It can still be held up by the monitor of the property. Okay. That work for you?
Mm-hmm.
Do we need this in
Think so.
any kind of motion? Is that helpful? It might be helpful.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
do that. I think motions are always good.
I think so too. Good to
He
look
just
at.
likes to see us struggle trying to put all
I was going to say there's not,
No, it's good for
it's not
everyone to
scripted.
review a tape. It's a good have it in one sentence. So, the
Okay.
board is there a motion to proceed with sorry, getting the phase one or what is it? Phase one? Getting the terms wrong here. Yeah, phase one.
Just
Construction.
mainly finaling the CDs for the
Finalize CDs.
Finalizing CDs. Okay.
Yeah.
And along with working with the Platte Valley Retrievers Club for a August 22nd one-time pilot. Then we're holding off on, yes, is there anything else?
And the name?
And keeping Jaskowski open space.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there a motion for that?
So moved.
All right, Trustee Anderson moves. Taking that on. Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Grace is seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Grace,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Karstbag.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you, board. Thank you, staff, and all those in the public tonight.
And
Harold Wynn.
definitely keep me posted on
Yeah, look
date.
forward to an invite.
Because I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I do think that it'd be fun to have Port and the board there as
Yes.
to observe the
Yeah.
whole training
Absolutely.
process. So
That seems
Kind
fascinating.
of fun.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'll bring the sandwiches.
I'll bring that.
You'll be known
Don't
for food.
spoil
Watch out.
us.
Yeah.
And
Get
and
used
more
to
of this
it.
I would
bread.
associate with food. Okay, let's start off with ports, and we'll start off with Trustee Grace.
You pick on me a lot.
You want to start the other side?
No, it's fine.
Let's do Trustee Anderson.
It's fine. It's fine. Three things to bring up. First of all, I just wanted to bring up that like on Welch, around Town Park, and especially on Saturdays when you've got the market going on, and then you also have ball games going on. Everybody's parked along that street, and it is really hard to see to turn out.
It is.
Right or left, and so I don't know, can staff look at maybe can we put like paint the corners red so that there's not as many cars parked on the corners so that we can open up some visibility. I say that because I couldn't see getting out on Saturday, and I almost poor Subaru got to miss me on the road. And that plus the pedestrian signs are awesome to remind people, but it also then narrows how much space you have on the road when you've got cars parked on both sides. So, if there's any way.
Are you talking about specifically the intersection of 5th and Welch by the ball fields, or are you talking about more like down 6th
So
and 7th,
both-
like the entrance to Town Park?
His house.
Both of those both of the entrances.
And you're talking about both sides of the road?
Yeah. Yeah. And I know that's
Yeah, and there are a couple of spots through there I know that have paint, like the curb around the ball fields is all painted.
that area is. Yeah.
But yeah, we can absolutely look at it. Our crews have been out painting curbs for weeks, so we can definitely.
I would appreciate that. I think that would just help with visibility.
There's some normal and kind of appropriate sight distance setbacks from the corner. Just paint back.
Awesome.
10 feet or something.
That would be helpful. I wanted to provide an update just from the CML conference takeaways that I had. I know most of our public is gone, but for the record, I want to thank the taxpayers because this was something that the town paid for to send me to, it was a very valuable conference. First of all, I got to connect with elected officials from Wellington, Loveland, Meade, Windsor, Milliken, just getting to talk to them in general about how how their councils or how their trustees handle things and what are common issues that we're both seeing. So it was nice to know that no matter the size, we seem to struggle with the same types of issues. And then wanted to talk about two sessions that stood out to me specifically. One was about how small towns with small staff and limited budgets are still getting things done. The town of Nico, Colorado, which is southwest. They have 300 residents, so it's a very small town. And they were still able to build both a skate park and a regular park. And they did it using grants that funded a majority of the project. And then they require their construction documents to specifically be phased built so that as funding comes in, then they continue to build. They also engage the community quite a bit to be a part of, the construction piece of things. So, they ended up only paying, I think, $200,000 out of their own fund for one of the parks, and the rest of it was. So, when we were talking about the Hunt Club partnering at Jaskowski, I think that was a perfect example of how we can be creative there. The last piece was about data centers. That was actually a big conversation topic, data centers and AI. What other Colorado municipalities are doing. Right now, other towns are currently issuing moratoriums for anywhere between 12 months all the way to some are doing 24 months, but the average is like 12 months to 18 months to give them time to study this topic and also do environmental study impacts and that sort of thing, discuss what they want to see. Do they want to allow the data center? What type of data center? Because there's like 4 different types. And they're doing this before companies are coming to the towns to ask to build. And I think we should also look into at least issuing a moratorium and then putting it on our agenda to study this so that we can be proactive instead of reactive. Those two. And then last was just, again, for record and for the public who's still online at 9:45, wanted to give a recap from our strategic planning session that was on June 13th. That we have 3 high-level objectives that the board's focusing on over the next 2 years. And so staff's going to, of course, be sharing more. We talked about that in our planning session, that staff will be sharing more details and more details with the public soon, but just high level. First one is economic development, which is including strengthening existing business communities and attracting new businesses to Berthoud. We touched upon this earlier, but communication and transparency, which is expanding online access to information about our projects, including the progress of them, any kind of deliverables, timelines, and the history, because as we know, things take time. And then as well as creating more opportunities for face-to-face interactions between town leadership and community. And last is financial sustainability, which includes our ability to make sound financial decisions on projects of all sizes, including capital projects, and exploring technology, which that also serendipitously came up today as well, to support financial analysis and predictability. Along with that, that helps educate the public on how the town budget works and where their taxpayer dollars are going. So I wanted to give kudos to the board, to Administrator Kirk, to Deputy Town Administrator Oinger for the collaborative and productive work that we all did together during that session. It was a very long, it was a long day, but it was very productive.
Thank you. Trustee Olbricht.
Well, I'm looking forward to the tour tomorrow to get to.
Oh yes, that is tomorrow morning.
To get to know a little bit of our facilities better. Still a lot to digest and a lot to learn. So I appreciate everyone's input and help catching up. So I look forward to that tomorrow. And so it's a great time of year with everyone being very patriotic, and we look forward to the 4th of July celebration. I don't know if there's any, issues with fireworks at the TPC Colorado. in regards to
There's none from the town.
none from the town? Okay. Yeah, because, I mean, if it is in fact again, a rookery or heron rookery, then, I guess that gentleman may have had some legitimate concerns, but there's no issues from the town?
There are no issues from the town.
All right.
I also hear that Loveland is doing their fireworks display this year.
As are we.
Well, which means we may not have the same traffic we did last year.
Yep.
And that might not be a bad thing, although I would still expect there to probably be, somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 people that attend our fireworks display, at least, within the park over the course of the day. So it'll be a very big day on Friday.
Excellent.
And there are some rumors that the town canceled its fireworks display. We have not. Our staff is communicating
Those
regularly.
are put out by Loveland.
It showed up on Facebook today, I think.
Oh, okay.
And there are certainly folks who are expressing legitimate concerns about fireworks and fire safety, and we're obviously coordinating very closely with the fire district. If they have any concerns, we will not be launching fireworks, but we've been working with them. They don't have any concerns right now, and we're forward as planned.
Excellent. Thank you. Trustee Anderson.
Just a few things. It was asked the other day by a citizen about the building that used to be a printing building. It's off 2nd Street.
Lehman Printing Building.
They, I know that the surveyor did an article about the lease that's happening there, but the person kept telling me, well, I'm being told it's going to be a data center. It's going to be a data center. And I said, well, I don't think so. I think it's going to have something to do with manufacturing, but I think there's a rumor going around that
there are lots of rumors.
It's going to be a data center.
Sometimes it would be nice to just start one of the rumors instead of have to follow up with all of them.
But I took just listen to what that Trustee Grace said, about the data centers. I would agree with you that we probably need to start having some discussion about that.
Yeah.
Particularly after what these people think that we're doing. We're going to do these kinds of things here now. Also, I have a question about the tour tomorrow. I brought snacks tonight. Who's bringing the breakfast burritos?
We'll have some snacks for you.
Thank you. Just want to tell people about or remind people about something that Habitat's doing. It's called the Good Neighbor event. We're doing our very first one over at City Star on July 9th. So just wanted to let people know about that. It's in the evening. I just don't remember the times off the top of my head. And get ready. The library will do their book sale in August, and I can't remember the date, so I'll make sure I bring you that date next meeting. And I did want to just, I don't know how many of you are aware of a decision that came down, but from the Colorado Supreme Court. It's called Kavanaugh versus Telluride. I know the town's already taking a look at that with our attorneys, but it does have to do with whether you can have whether an initiative is whether the initiative part of our Colorado law is available when the type of decision that they're trying to change or what they're trying to change is something that's legislative or not. And it's a pretty interesting decision. I just read it for the first time the other day. So just want to make sure folks were aware of that. I wondered if they mentioned it at your CML. Because
they actually didn't mention well, they didn't. Maybe they did.
I think it came up during.
There was
continuing legal education sessions.
Yeah, they were talking about the changes or changes in landscape that would affect like home rule municipalities specifically, and they may have referenced. I mean, he put up a slide and there were like 7 cases. But that would be interesting to.
Yes, it is really, and I do have a copy of it. I can always send it to you. I can send you the URL.
Oh, yes, please.
But it is really interesting in light of things that we've experienced here. So
yeah. Remind me, did it mention whether Telluride was home rule or not?
Well, it doesn't really talk about home rule in here.
Oh,
really is specific to the use of the initiative process to change certain types of decisions that were made by a municipality.
Trustee Wing sent out just a little info on that. That'd be interesting. I talked to the CML attorney about that. He wasn't too familiar about birthdays, but he was saying, yeah, this is the interesting thing is this is some kind of an attached. I couldn't quite understand what he was saying, but it's a particular situation, but it very well could have pretty broad implications.
in the facts of the case, it talks about changing a decision about PUD zoning.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
I was just gonna ask if we were increasing, preventative, actions for wildfire stuff with the 4th of July, or 3rd of July event, but you guys covered that, and I think, there's still some fear in Berthoud from people that have moved here from out of state. They think that we're in high fire danger in town proper, and it's pretty low. There's a lot of egress from town proper out of town, so the likelihood of a fire coming across those big highways into town is very unlikely. I know the fire department always says it's not impossible, but very unlikely, and the amount of resources we have in our area too would make fire danger for town proper pretty unlikely. Those who live in the wildland urban interface, who are more in that rural area toward the mountains, those are the folks who definitely should, do some of the wildfire mitigation efforts, have a go bag prepared, and just be aware of their surroundings. But they would know well in advance probably if there was a concern in their area. So just helping educate people and driving them back to the fire department for information, because there's a lot of, I think, unjust fear about wildfire in Berthoud itself, because we're close to the foothills. So just helping them with that. But I think, we shouldn't be too concerned with the 3rd of July. And there's also the sheriff's office put out a new reporting tool for illegal fireworks, which I noticed. And so that the reason why, and I don't know if you want to speak to this, but the reason why I was really excited about that is every time they get a call for illegal fireworks on like the 4th of July, it's taking their resources to a non-emergent issue when they need to be focused on true emergencies instead of all these random calls and they're just chasing fireworks. But the reporting tool is online, and anyone can report, sightings of illegal fireworks in the area, so that kind of, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on any of that, but I just thought that was a really helpful tool to be released. Thank you, Sergeant Williamson.
Just to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
Vehicle pursuit as well. So,
Yeah,
so the reporting tool online allows us to focus our responders on the priority calls. I can tell you in the past that we get stacks and stacks of those calls. They stay in pending for about 15 minutes, and then we clear them just because we just don't have enough resources to send deputies to all those. The 4th of July, generally, there's 10 to 15 fireworks calls at any time on our board from the time the evening starts throughout the evening. So a majority of them don't get responded to because we just don't have enough resources. We're dealing with priority calls rather than dealing with those. So if our deputies have times, they are asked to respond to those. But a lot of times they get cleared off before a deputy can get responded to them. So
awesome. Yeah, that's exciting to be able to keep those resources where they need to be.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Welcome.
And I would just say that I generally support a conversation about a moratorium about data centers as well. I don't want to be reactive. I want to be proactive and kind of know what we're getting into. To me, I got to be honest, I just see negatives or those things that I think are concerning to Berthoud. But I also know that when we investigate things, I tend to see that there's other ways to see a different perspective on those opportunities too. So just maybe being able to investigate the pros, the cons, the research, what we know, we don't know, and have that be more in our control than it coming to us and us not having the control to say no. I think that I would definitely support that.
I think we would be well positioned to your point, to study all of that ahead of time and decide what we want to do. Because some towns are deciding just no. Absolutely not. Yeah. Some towns are deciding only these types of data centers and not like the hyperscaler types of data centers. So really, we can, as a board, we can decide. But I think we should definitely have the conversation sooner rather than later, have a moratorium in place so that we don't get blindsided. Mm-hmm. But also review the whole thing, because maybe we decide that like the smaller ones are okay and less resource intensive or not, you know what I mean? But to your point.
Or in certain locations,
or
certain parameters.
We just don't have enough information.
Yeah, agreed. I think that's a great point that you brought up. So I'd be supportive of that.
Administrator Cook, there's 3 trustees in support. I I guess it just depends on the urgency of you guys, the conversation you want to have. Do you have any questions, Administrator Kirk, right now regarding this?
Nope, I've already put that down as a, yep.
Like a study session maybe for that?
Yes, please.
And in addition, can we couple that with having a discussion about meetings? I have now, the list of meeting management items I have now just keeps growing. So I would love to be able to do both.
The short answer is yes. So if it's okay, I'll just go ahead and address study sessions generally. Mayor Karspek and Mayor Pro Tem Sorcelli Albrecht and I talked about study sessions and timing. We'd like to have one on August 4th. That's the first Tuesday of August. So bring that up now. Please pencil it in your calendars. That will be the opportunity for us to go through the strategic action plan. So, you guys set some high level objectives and some goals for us. We'd like to come back as staff and be able to walk you through, here's exactly how we think we're going to address those. That'll be a list of projects and initiatives, some of which you've discussed in the past, some of which we've already started working on, or things that we've been working on, some are new that we would like to propose to you as well. We'd like to come and go through that list. That would be a fairly lengthy discussion, I think. I don't know that we will have time that night to cover anything else like meeting management. Beyond that, if you guys want to have more study sessions, that's your prerogative. Our suggestion is that you would plan one a month, and then we need to decide, what issues need to be tackled first. So
help me understand that study session on August 4th. That would be one to talk about the elements of the strategic plan. Is that what I'm hearing?
yes,
Or?
yep. So you guys set high-level objectives and some goals, and we as staff were tasked with going back and creating that list of strategies. The how can we address these priorities that you've set, and how can we achieve those goals? Again, we've met as a leadership team already and gone through all that, and we're working on putting together some details, both some high-level cost estimates, some timing, refining some of those ideas and plans, so that we can come and bring that back to you, and just go over that list together and say, do all these things address these goals in the way that you guys envision, and if we achieve these things, will we have made progress on these high-level objectives that we've set? So I think that's one of those things that could be a 30-minute conversation, but it's probably more likely to be 3.5 hours. I just think that's the reality of it. And so
Is it, what day of the week is that? August?
Tuesday.
That's a Tuesday night. So our suggestion is that we do study sessions on Tuesday nights. That would be our normal course, and that would either be the first or the third Tuesday of the month. On those rare months like September, where we have a fifth Tuesday, and historically we've tried to schedule study sessions on the fifth Tuesday. But if we choose the first Tuesdays as our normal study sessions, you may not want to do one on the fifth Tuesday and then another one the next week right after. I don't know. Preparing for study sessions takes a lot of time from staff. So every time we add another meeting, that becomes our life revolves around a 2-week cadence, right? And so when we add in study sessions, I'd just like to remind you that also takes weeks to prepare for from a staff standpoint and to put that meeting together. So one a month is easy for us. We could do them more regularly if they're less intensive topics, but if we're talking about like data centers or things like that, those are going to be a bigger conversation, probably likely over the course of many meetings. I think that's probably more like the oil and gas initiative we went through, as some of the trustees that were on the board before might remember. That was like a 1.5 year long endeavor with many meetings. And so just keep that in the back of your mind. My suggestion is going to be that we do those once a month on the first Tuesday or the third Tuesday. I don't know that it's practically that different from a staff perspective, but that we try to schedule those once a month.
Well, let me propose, if we don't have time to do the meeting management session like on August 4th, that we add it maybe to like the next meeting that we have.
As an agenda item?
As an agenda item.
I feel like we need I feel like a study session would be good, because we're talking about like foundational structure that doesn't currently exist. So we're setting the precedent. I think it's still a study session, but to your point, I hear that there's urgency in getting this addressed, which I agree should come before data centers. Is there?
It would be helpful for me as we think about In a study session to discuss meeting management, do you think there will be things that you're going to ask us to prepare? That's a different conversation than if this is an opportunity for you guys to get together and discuss how do you want to manage your meetings. Do you want us to prepare?
More the latter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
And so
you
so
would
that's
prepare-
probably a simpler thing from a staffing standpoint. That's just a timing issue for the board.
What if, I mean, could we talk about July? Like July 21st?
Could that be included in the August 4th meeting? Because I don't know that I'm gonna have a lot to say.
I think
to add to that.
I think as a starting place, August 4th is probably fine. Like if the idea is, hey, let's all settle on exactly how we're going to do this, that's probably not going to happen on August 4th in parallel with the broader strategic planning conversation. That's my assumption. I mean, it's certainly possible. It just depends on how deep you guys feel like you need to get. So I don't know what that looks like because I think there's things that I'm not even sure I really understand the scope of the meeting management conversation.
I'm not sure I do either.
And I think
Let's talk about meeting. Well, the scope would be we're going to talk about meeting procedure, types of data that we would ask for certain types of things. For
Mhm.
example, the audit tonight. One of the things I noticed that was missing from that was most audits I've ever seen, and I work for a firm that does corporate audits. Has an executive summary somewhere. That one did not have one. Anything that's a complex subject like that, probably we should request our contractors give us an executive summary, not just for us, but for our citizens too. Audit stuff is fairly complex, as you know, because you've been through a million of them.
Mhm.
And so I think those are the types of things I want to talk about is, should that be our standard? Should we always ask for, particularly something as complex as an audit, that there is some type of executive summary there? Things like, so I've got a laundry list of things like that I would like to just discuss.
Some of that
I've got a
seems, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but some of that seems more staff procedure than it is board meeting procedure.
Well, but there's other things too, like should we set limits on how many items each department can put on the agenda? Should we, for example, I know there is a standard right now that one land use item per meeting, right? So we've done that already with like development. Should that be another area? Unless it's an emergency, should they be allowed to put more than one thing on the agenda? Shouldn't we get the board packet a week before on the Tuesday? Give us a week. Any public board I've ever been on has some type of standard where you get it like a week ahead of time. Particularly with the amount of things that we have on our agenda. So those are the kinds of things I think we need to talk about. I have a laundry list of things like that.
And I've got a couple too, and I'm sure we probably share some of those of, again, procedurally, like, I think as we have gotten, older as a town, we should look at either, again, Robert's Rules of Orders. I hear that one, that's more cumbersome, but there's Bob's Rules of Orders, or the, what was the one that you said during our strategic planning session? The consensus
More of a consensus
model.
Yeah.
But adopting something that's a little bit more formal, so that we, so that we just have those guardrails of how meetings are structurally run.
Yeah, so it's things like that we probably just need to talk through. And maybe we decide none of those are good ideas for whatever reason. But at least we've kind of taken the time to examine that to see what can we do to make our meetings more efficient. What can we do to make sure we have the right information and the public has the appropriate information? I think from time to time, every organization needs to do that. I've done that with some of the charitable organizations I'm with, where we go through and kind of analyze whether we're doing things right. Somebody says to me the other day at a meeting that I was in and said, Karen, when we talk about that, couldn't it be easier if we change this on the agenda? And I thought, I never even thought about it like that, and so we changed it. But it's just a healthy thing to do for organizations.
Yeah.
I support that. It seems like if this is a fundamental thing for how we go forward with all other information we receive, you'd probably want to do this first because this kind of sets the tone.
Yeah.
So August 4th would make sense?
If we have time.
If we have, well, I don't know. I still feel like it would be, I think it deserves its own study session.
Okay.
So that we can really focus just on this and not try to cram everything in, and then it's, we're blurry-eyed at the end of the night. It's when can we get this topic as a study session that isn't after the summer has ended
And to help staff, what would be the ask of them to bring into that study session, or is this just facilitating us having conversation?
Facilitating having conversation.
It's more for us.
Yeah.
Basically.
To figure out what we need to do or what we need to change, or what we need to adapt, that then I think from that we'll have staff requests from the staff that comes out of
I would like to suggest that, and maybe this is something we can think through at the staff level, but that we try to gather some of that information ahead of time. I don't think you want to come into a study session and just start, and I don't mean this in any, like, you don't want to just start throwing spaghetti at the wall,
Yeah,
right?
of course.
Like, I think if there are some specific, Karen, you've articulated a pretty good list of things that I think are reasonable to discuss. So, like, if you have that list, let's put it down on paper so at least we have that as
I'm
like
happy
a
to send it right
focus.
so far.
Yeah.
So at least we have that as a focus for the conversation, and those, maybe some of those things are just things we can, as staff, we don't even need to talk about. Like if we prepare board memos with the intent that those are executive summaries. If we need to be more detailed in those, we didn't prepare a board memo for the audit because the communication letter kind of summarizes, hey, we didn't find any findings here. This is what we did. So we saw that as an executive summary. I understand why that might not have come across quite as clearly. So we didn't write an extra board memo to say what was in the letter.
Well, you wouldn't do that. That would have been something that Hinkle should have done, is do an executive summary of here's
Sure.
all the things we reviewed, here's the findings for each thing, here's the things that the internal controls that we thought were appropriate, some of the things that that it would be that more of a summary, and they should have done that.
And I've got some examples that I've found from a municipal side of like executive summaries that maybe we could look at, adopt that format so we're not creating from new.
It's similar to me like when I see a traffic study.
I mean, we've done a million executive summaries, so I mean this isn't rocket science, right? Part of what we do.
I think some of it's education, some of it's where's the adjustment needed, and Chris has trained us so well to ask the question, what problem are we solving, and just to say we should do this may not necessarily mean that we're solving a problem. We might just be creating more things for us to do or resolve. And so what is and that would help me too, because as you guys have observed, maybe us performing this role, where are the gaps or issues that you're saying that you want to solve for this future board rendition? That would help me understand the why, because otherwise it feels a little bit like we're just going to be throwing ideas out and coming right back to where we're at, because it has worked really well. I've loved our meetings for the last 4 years. Like, they're fast, they're cohesive, they're really honorable. We've been so effective. I feel like we're almost accomplishing too much. Like the staff, we need to give them time to breathe sometimes. But so in my mind, I'm like, this has been so well functioning. I'm scared to see too much just change for the sake of change. So if you give us those kind of grounds of here's what we see as a need in an area of growth, then that would help, I think, going into that conversation too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Happy to. Because it's more of an recommendations or suggestions, things to talk about, just again to increase efficiency, and also on the piece for like the communication and transparency for the public. Some of the things too that like the executive summary is not only good for us, but can also be good for the public too, on complex topics like traffic studies, where I'm not an engineer, but also we have a lot of members of the public that aren't engineers. So anyway, that would be an example of a reason why.
I found that too. Matter of fact, and did ask our development department when I was on the plan commission a couple times, can we just get an executive summary of what this traffic study? What did they review? What areas did they review? And the engineer would do this. I mean, they should be. We hired them to do this. They should be doing, or I should say the applicant hires them to do it. So we just tell the applicant, you direct your engineer to put the executive summary on that. Here's what they reviewed. Here's the intersections they looked at. Here's the findings they had for that. And that should be the executive summary. So I just think those kinds of things would facilitate not only us understanding, but also I think the public.
There's room. Just
Maybe
room
we
for
send them
growth.
out. I don't know if we have a date yet, but I don't have my calendar. My phone's dead. So we have to either set it on a date or maybe a doodle poll. Look at available.
How about we send out a doodle poll? I will tell you, I am not here the 21st of July, so you guys don't need me for that discussion.
Might be good.
But I think
probably
it's
an important one to
I think
have
it's
done.
probably good for me to
yeah.
be there.
You
So
should be there.
So we got to move to a date that you'll be around, Chris.
So if we want to do a Tuesday, our next opportunity that's reasonable, because I don't think next Tuesday is probably next Tuesday the 7th is probably too soon.
We can do that to staff.
And then we've got meetings on the 14th and the 28th. So the next reasonable Tuesday would be the 4th. We can incorporate that into our strategic planning session. I think if there's enough, if we can put together that list ahead of time, I don't think it's. I think
Thank you.
Yeah, if you have those ideas and you want to send them over ahead of time, at least we can kind of be prepared for that conversation. Like I said, some of those things might be things that a staff we can just say, hey, look, you guys don't need to discuss this. If you're all generally supportive, we'll just do it. Some of those things we might say, hey, there's reasons why this doesn't make sense, and here's why. But I think that could probably be a pretty facilitated, focused conversation. And if we don't have time, we can always schedule it for the next go round. But if we want to keep study sessions on Tuesdays, and I'm open to different conversation, but remembering that we have Port and HPAC and Planning Commission, there's a meeting several nights a week, a lot of weeks. So Tuesdays are a good day, right? Because that's everybody knows board meetings are Tuesdays.
So you're going to send out a doodle poll with different Tuesdays?
I will.
On it?
I'll send out a doodle poll with different Tuesdays, likely starting in August. And we'll just look and see who's available for those, and then so far obviously we have the strategic plan follow-up we'd like to go through with you, and we think that warrants a study session because there's going to be a lot of back and forth about that list, I'm sure.
Yeah, I agree. That's a great idea.
We've got the potential for data centers, but that to me is not a huge rush, especially if the board wants to institute a moratorium.
I think the
We
moratorium
don't
is.
need to have a data center study session next month.
Yeah,
right?
no. We could do that in
So,
October or whatever.
And I'm going to go back through our development code, but there may be some protections we already have in place anyway. I believe there are. So I'll be honest, I don't think we're at risk for data centers at all right now, because I think our code gives us enough leverage to make sure that water and power and all those things are adequately addressed. There's a public process. Nevertheless, I think we can look at that, but either way, I don't think that's going to need to take precedence. So what we really need to just do is find some time for kind of meeting, discussion, and the strategic plan. I think we ought to schedule them both for the 4th regardless. If we get through the strategic plan conversation in 2 hours and you guys want to talk about meeting management, we can. If we don't get to it, then we can always look at those future dates. We'll send out a doodle poll for it.
I was just going to ask you a question about, I know is there any rule or any guidance with the dollar limit of a contract that the board has to approve?
So yes and no. It depends on the nature of the contract. In general, and I sorry, my brain's not firing on all cylinders, but our purchasing policy outlines the thresholds under which, staff can buy things without my signature, what I have to sign, when we have purchase orders, when we do public bids, all those things. So there are some smaller dollar amount contracts that we sign for, to repair a sidewalk panel, for instance. We don't bring every one of those to you, and that would be kind of unreasonable.
I just thought there probably
I think
were
the
a series
threshold
of
is $50,000 off the top of my head, but barring some professional services, which I have the right to. And I will say that's a conversation that I've been having with our attorneys. Historically, the town administrator has had a lot of authority prior to my time here and during my time here. I think we want to have a conversation with you guys about where that authority, where those limits are. So
that's one of the things that was on my list. I was just because I kept thinking there's got to be thresholds for different types of things.
A lot of it is in different places, and that's part of the challenge. The development code says the town administrator prepares and approves development agreements. My contract has some very specific language about amending and promulgating administrative rules and personnel rules. There's some resolutions that give the town administrator authority. So there's our purchasing policy and all of that. We'd like to consolidate that into one place. So we've been having that conversation the last few weeks.
Because it may
So
be
there's
that
clarity for everybody involved, including me.
I was wondering how, and I'll shut up here, but how long ago was the last time we looked at those, and do we need to up those thresholds, or do we, because that might take certain things off our agendas too, because I don't want you guys not to have the appropriate authority to do things that need to be done when it's those lower dollar amounts.
That's on our short list to bring to you anyway. So Cindy and I have a long list of policies that we've been working on updating over the last few months. One of those is the purchasing policy. So a lot of that is going to be coming to you from staff in the next few months anyway. And we can talk about that kind of even more detail.
I wondered about when I started seeing the lower dollar amounts of some of them come on our agendas, and I can think, are we tying you guys' hands on those things that are low risk?
Yeah, and we have some proposals we'd like to make to you about that. But I appreciate that perspective. I think those are good. That's a good conversation we need to have.
Anything else, Pemberton?
No, I just wanted to thank staff, and I don't know if this is on the clerk side, but I noticed that our YouTube videos are now flagged for the different, mark times for each item. I was like, that happened so fast. So, well done. Thank you guys.
That was
very
Lexi,
helpful
that's
already,
you, isn't it? Thank you so much. Actually, I was going back through one of our previous meetings, and those timestamps, lifesaver. So thank you.
Great job. That was quick turnaround for that request. So that's
Awesome. Well, I missed the last meeting, so Mayor Pro Tem did a great job, and I'm sorry I missed that. Sounded like a great meeting, or productive. So I did a lot of meetings, so I won't just say I appreciated going with Trustee Grace to the Larimer County regional meeting and hearing from all the municipalities as well as Larimer County. Essentially all the municipalities that partnered in on the Platte River Pewter connection between Fort Collins and Greeley. I went through Severance and Windsor as well. Let's see here. Also went to the CML regional meeting up in Erie, and I was just really impressed with what each municipality is doing. CML also gave a great overview of the legislative season. And finally, I had a very productive and informative CML week last week. So I pulled a lot away from it. I'll probably send some emails on some of the cool stuff I found. And appreciated, spending time with Trustee Grace, Chris, Administrator Kirk, and Deputy Town Administrator Jamie came up, and we had a good lunch and met with a lot of great people. So I had a really good time there. And, like Trustee Grace was saying, it's really thank you to the citizens for putting us through that education. And, that was good. I don't have anything particular, but I hope we have a very safe and fun 3rd of July, and thank you for a productive meeting tonight. So turn it over to staff.
Nothing else from me.
Okay, Chief, do you have any updates?
As you mentioned, the funerals for tomorrow, Loveland PD has graciously offered to cover law enforcement services here in town. They'll be covering from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Our swing shift cars will be back in service at 4 p.m. And then State Patrol will respond and investigate any accidents during that time. So town should be well covered during that time frame. So
thank you for working that out.
Thank you.
yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, and that is it for reports. So I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to give staff the rest of that.